Good afternoon and welcome to the September 10th, 2025 Historic District Commission Workshop. My name is Christy Harpst. I am the Program Manager for the Charlotte Historic District Commission. And we have just a couple of staff announcements and a pre-application review for our workshop. So with that, my first announcement is we have a birthday in the house today. Marilyn, it's Marilyn's birthday, so yay, happy birthday, Marilyn. Thank you for working on your birthday and helping us with the meeting today. The next staff announcement I have is we have a new commissioner joining us today. We have Ann Stanley from Hermitage Court, and we'd like to welcome Ann as an architect. And we're thrilled to have the Hermitage Court seat filled by someone so capable. So Ann, would you like to share a little more about yourself and your background and anything you want to share with the commission? And if you could turn the mic on, just press the button and green. Perfect.
Is it on? Okay. I'm Ann Stanley, and I am a native Charlottean. My ancestors are buried in the Old Settlers Graveyard, so my family has been around for a long time. And I moved away and then moved back, and have been back in Charlotte for about 20-something years. But I served on historic preservation boards in Seattle, Washington, and in Sausalito, California as well, many moons ago, and did some historic preservation work as an architect on the West Coast. So I'm glad to be here.
We're glad you're here.
Welcome.
Sam, welcome. And then the last item is hot off the presses. You'll remember that, and I believe it was May this year, we reviewed the proposed National Register listing of the Johnston Building at 212 South Tryon Street. Well, I am pleased to report that as of August 12th, was it? August 12th, the building was officially listed. So we're very excited. So thank you all for participating in that process and congratulations. So with that, I don't have any other announcements. Do we want to look at approving meeting minutes?
Sure. Did anyone review the August meeting minutes?
Sarah, Commissioner Kerm did. Commissioner Kerm, could you turn on the mic?
I make a motion to approve the August minutes.
Okay.
Motion made by Commissioner Kerm, seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Stanley. Turn your mic on.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Allred.
Yes.
Commissioner Kern.
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 8-0. Thank you, Commissioner Kern.
You. Okay, and we have one workshop item today. This is 1817 South Mint Street. We have the applicants with us. Ashley, are you with us?
I am.
Let me see
Yes,
here.
I am.
Thank you. Hi, there you are. Hi. Has anyone else joined you? Is Troy with you?
Troy should be on here as well. Mm-hmm.
Hi, Troy. If you could turn on your camera, please. Thanks. Okay, so this is for new construction at 1817 South Mint Street. I am going to pull up a Google Maps so everyone can orient themselves. So we are looking at this part. This is Wilmore. South Mint is here. This is the lot. And West Boulevard is right up here to orient everyone. The community center's on the corner. This is a new build that replaced a old corner store, and this is not historic. It was built before the neighborhood became a local district. So with that, the new construction will be here, and we have the proposal on the screen. Ashley, I'll turn it over to you. We have about 15 minutes, so I would say, let's let the commission have some time to react.
Absolutely. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you very much. So my goal today is to present you ideas for this new construction and looking at it like there is not a house existing. But if you all remember, there is a house that's built. And so the reality is there is a house that's there. So my goal today is to present you all with ideas to modify that house. I know you are reviewing it as if it is new. So that's my challenge. And so I'm looking forward to everyone's feedback. So a few things on the front here, and really the three main areas that I want to address today and get some feedback on are massing, scale, and rhythm, which also speaks to windows and doors. So what we've done on the front is we used to have a single window in the gable. We've now doubled that, which helps with the rhythm. We also have heightened the pitch on the front porch to eat up more of that upper level. And also adding a window over the double window on the left gable. So those are the main adjustments there. And then I think you can see, if you all recall, we had a gable, a full ridge going all the way across. Thank you, Christy, for that awesome pointing. I'd love to see the thought process thoughts from you all on if we were to hip those, what's your feedback? So if we look at the side elevation that really shows that gable, you could go to either side. You can see how by hipping that, it creates an eave line over the double windows in the gable. And not only helps with our rhythm of siding to windows, it also helps with our massing and not having too much of that upper level. You can also see on this left elevation here that we have extended our gable, side facing gable here, that eave line all the way down, and we are moving a bedroom window towards the right, towards the double window. The other thing you can see from here is the updates on the dormer. So right now we have a lot of space over the top of the windows and below the windows. So what we are intending to do is to create a larger fascia on the eave of the gable, and then change the pitch of the roof on the rear elevation. So if we can go to the rear, we are going to update that. And get our proper roof pitch. We are also intending to add a additional roof line at the main level, again, to create more of a main level facade and less of an upper level facade there. And then the last change on the right elevation that is important to point out, changing from a single window in that gable to a double. And again, that hip with that eave line that runs across over those double windows. We'll of course address other small details, but today that's the feedback we'd like to receive from you. Thank you.
So I am a little confused by something that was said, and maybe you guys can help me out. It was mentioned, so is it a new construction and nothing's there?
There's a new construction that was not built according to the COA. It's taller. It was the one that was denied last month. They are going to be presenting a new plan. This is their new plan to come forward, and it should be reviewed as if nothing's there. So we're looking at this like it's new construction, nothing's there. How does this fit? Both in terms of like the architecture itself is the design choices, the roof forms,
Mhm.
the pitches true to the architectural style they've selected? And also, does the proposed project fit in the streetscape?
Right, so that was gonna be my next question. What context, and to the applicant, what is the context for this structure that you're proposing as it relates to the historic properties within the immediate context?
So this was a COA that was approved previously, so we're trying to get back to that original, so bungalow style, the same orientation that we had presented previously. Yes, so we will present all of that information in the application about, you know, the context of this. What we're really looking for is, are any of these solutions, you know, appropriate solutions for, I know you're looking at it as new construction. Again, the reality is there is a completed home that is sitting there. And so it's not, you know, it's just a different animal in that regard. So we have presented context for all of this design previously, and we will absolutely put that together for the application.
No, I understand that the thought is that you will put it together for the application, but it's so foundational to anything we would consider that I think it's difficult to give you feedback if that fundamental piece of our historic, our standards isn't addressed. So
I understand.
I'll stop and I'll let other commissioners chime in.
Speaking in regards specifically to height, or I know height is an important one for you all.
Yeah, we look at it as a complete package, and height certainly is part of
Right.
those fundamental things, in addition to context, in addition to width, in addition to massing, scale. We look at, we don't pick and choose. We don't cherry pick the standards. We look at it comprehensively.
I understand. Mm-hmm.
This is Commissioner Wojcik. So I think the one element that still stands out to me, and unfortunately, I think this might already be part of the existing structure, but normally, you know, you don't have that tall of a wall before your roof line starts. And so the orientation of that design, though from an architectural standpoint, I see what you're doing. It doesn't feel like a traditional bungalow just because the wall heights are so tall on the front of the house.
Okay.
I do see how you've come in and lowered and, you know, from a architectural standpoint, those are helpful, but my eye is still going to the extra tall wall heights.
On the front in particular, is there any other areas that stand out for you?
Well, I mean, on the front in particular, I think that you've done a good job at disguising it more on the side elevations. But just even having on the right elevation, having that roof line kind of engaged higher there, and then also a little bit towards the back. Those things are just kind of jumping out at me.
Mhm.
So from an architectural standpoint, I see what you're doing, and I think that it is somewhat effective, but I think from the historic lines of a bungalow, I'm still having a hard time with it.
Okay.
Other comments? Yep, Commissioner Holtz?
I would also say this is not a bungalow design. When I'm looking at it, it doesn't read as a bungalow to me in any way. And if you can show me something that's similar to this in Wilmore, I'd be fascinated to see it. But this is not consistent with what I understand to be the Wilmore aesthetic. and the standards for that are pretty clear. And this is way out of that frame for the overall massing as well as for the elements that my fellow commissioners have pointed out.
Other comments for the,
Hi, Ms. Jimenez. This is Commissioner Sullivan. Just nothing new that you haven't heard, already, but just to provide a little bit of guidance in regard to the complexity of this design. And I know that you're aware of your context, and the buildings in the immediate vicinity of this one. But there's a lot going on, not just for, a bungalow design, but just for, for your context specifically. And if there's a way that you can look at minimizing the complexity of this design so that it's just more simple and more contextual with its neighbors, and I know that's a tall order given the circumstances, but that's where I would urge you to go is simplifying this and keeping your eye on your context. That's going to I think serve you well down the road.
Thank you.
and if there's any, and you may have already seen the kind of overview of the bungalow and our standards, but on 3.17, it gives you some guidance there with some illustrations, a couple examples of bungalows. And so just something to, another point of reference.
Thank you.
And thank you for taking advantage of the workshop.
Yes, it's a very challenging spot to be in. To have something that's existing, to try to modify it within what's, reasonable, which is, a varying scale, with what's there and what you all will approve. So any any kind of guidance would be very, very helpful. So I really appreciate your feedback and would continue to take that if anyone has additional feedback.
This is Commissioner Sullivan again, just to add to the standards that you can reference. If you go to the Wilmore Local Historic District description in the standards, which is section 3.7, there's in the description, there's also a description of the various styles and how they appear in that district. So that can provide you some further context on how to look at what you're dealing with right here.
I think what would also be helpful for this moving forward, if I may, and I've asked Marilyn this, happy birthday, Marilyn. Appreciate you working with me through this, is may we get an updated Zoutwell survey that actually shows this house as it stands so we can properly review it within its context?
We can absolutely do that. No
Thank
problem.
you.
Yep. It might take a few weeks for it to come in, Ashley, but we'll ask them how quickly they can help us out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dee, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you remember that little house that was a 2-story house that they were gonna tear down? That was just a little box and it had like little partial dormers on the front, I think. But I feel like it was in Wilmore. Do you know what I'm talking about in the driveway? I know I'm not giving you very much to go on, but it was unusual in that it was a 2-story structure and it was small. And they were gonna add
Yes,
on.
I know, 1953, Wilmore Drive.
I know, sorry. I know, that's why I was like, oh, she knows what I'm talking about. Yes. The little gray,
Yep.
yes, yes,
This little one right here.
yeah. Is that near this project?
I think is that just up around the corner? No.
It's like a block and a half away. It's in the same area of Wilmar. It's
I
kind
just
of-
didn't
yeah.
know, because there's not very many two-story structures, and
Yeah.
so I didn't know if that might be something that would be beneficial from a context standpoint.
Yep.
Just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we have the Zot wall on that too that we can send you, Ashley, so we can look at like heights and stuff. And what you could do is, and we can talk to you about this a little more, but we'll map it like using maybe Polaris and show where your house is and where this is.
Okay.
Okay. They do. But not at it. Okay.
Christy, you're amazing.
Hey, when you started describing it, I'm like, what is she talking about? But then you kept going and I totally knew what you're talking about. Cause it's so little. Yeah. Yeah. All right, great. Well, thanks, Ashley.
Thank you.
We'll work on those items for you as well. And we'll talk at staff level too. We can talk to you some more.
Very good. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Chair Hawkins, is there anything else for the workshop? So take a 5-minute break and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Okay, thanks. Hello, and welcome to the September 10th, 2025 Charlotte Historic District Commission meeting. We are going to get started. This is Christy Harpst. I'm the program manager for the Historic District Commission, and I am going to turn the meeting over to Acting Chair Hawkins today. Thank you.
All right. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the September 10th, 2025 meeting. I'm Nichelle Hawkins, HDC Vice Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:03 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Christopher Allred, Sarah Kerm, Cameron Holtz, Krista Lineberger, Ann Stanley, Sean Sullivan, and Heather Wojcik, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff, Christy Harpst, Candace Leidy, Marilyn Drath, Jen Bear, Elizabeth Lammy, JT Fawcett, Jill Sanchez Meyer, Senior Assistant City Attorney, Paige Inman, Assistant City Attorney, and Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that this is an in-person meeting. However, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Each of today's hearings is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this commission must make its decisions. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning cases. The commission's jurisdiction is limited. The commission must base its decision upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. A quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It is a decision constrained by the design standards and based on the facts presented. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and the ordinance standards, not personal preference or opinion. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. While hearsay evidence is not specifically excluded, it is only given limited weight. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentation and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, either computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HGC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HGC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HGC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do" to the following, even if you're in the audience or on the phone. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
Our first application is 2015 Dilworth Road West. And this is an application, this is on the consent agenda. The application is for changes to the front porch floor. I should note that the original house did not have the front porch. The front porch is a later addition. You can see on slide 7 where the original house is and that the front porch is a new addition. The current front porch material is a tile, and the applicants are asking to go back with a brick, either in a basket weave or a running bond pattern. And staff is fully supportive of this. We just can't sign off on it because it's on the front of the house. So this is recommended as consent with staff to work on the final pattern selection. Unless the commission has a strong preference one way or the other, you can include that as a condition of approval. Do we have any callers for this case? Just the applicant, okay?
All right. Is there any commissioner that does not want this item to remain on the consent agenda? Okay, with that, do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve this project. The project is not incongruous with the district and meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehab numbers 9 and 10, and the City of Charlotte design standards for new construction for residential buildings, porches 6.17. We ask that the applicant work with staff on final pattern selection and that the new brick shall match existing brick and remain unpainted, and that the applicant provide a brick mortar sample to staff for final review and approval prior to installation.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Kern, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 8-0.
Okay, our next application is also on consent agenda. It is 1945 Park Road for an addition of solar panels, and the applicant worked closely with staff to make sure that the panels are in minimally visible locations. And you can see, this is the front of the house. And at the bottom of this page shows, so this is the front of the house right here. Left side, the panels will just be on the, you can't see it there. Show you here. Left side, the panels will just be here. And on the right side, the panels are proposed on this dormer. In between this roof slope here, it is not on this front-facing roof slope, and then again in between these two gable roofs over here. And you can see that on the diagram right here. The applicant has provided photos showing what the pedestrian view is, and the panels will go right here. When walking, this is the most visible elevation. So again, they're side loading them to the right. So you can see how visible the rest of this roof is with the exception of the dormer. This is the right elevation. If you'd like, I can pull it up on Google Maps, but you can barely see the slope here and then the rest of the roof towards the back. This is a little better view. Again, no panels are going on this front-facing slope. And then the array will be co-located with existing electrical and mechanical functions that are on the left elevation. And that's it. And staff is recommending approval given the location and reversibility of the proposed addition. We have one person online. We have in the audience. Welcome. Okay. Is there anyone else here to speak on this project? Okay, so just the applicant. Okay, other than that, no speakers?
All right. Is there any commissioner that objects to this application remaining on the consent agenda? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I would like to approve this application as it is not incongruous with the Dilworth Historic District and meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitations number 1, 2, 9, and 10, and the City of Charlotte design standards for rehabilitation of building elements, roofs 4.5, and new construction for residential buildings addition 6.20 through 6.24. And that we, per 10.4.1 of the rules and procedures, staff recommend this approval. The solar panels are placed in a minimally visible location, mostly on the right elevation behind the dormer. If location changes are needed, the project will return to the commission for review.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve with conditions passes 8-0.
Entering our regular agenda, we're entering our regular agenda items now. The next application was continued from the July 9th meeting. And at this point, I am turning over the presentation to Candace Leidy and Elizabeth Lammy. I believe the applicants are online, and we also have some unknown callers online when you get to that point. Before Elizabeth gets started, I just want to remind the commission that you are reviewing this as if the project has not been built, as if it's, before you for approval as a new project. So, not comparing to the previous approval, but if it came before you today, would you be approving it?
So I don't know if this is the appropriate moment or not, but I am wanting to find out. We've spent a lot of time
We have.
on this application, and it was continued for a lot of reasons.
Yes.
And so before we go too far,
Yes.
my question is, to the commission, and maybe even staff can help us out. Did we receive enough information to move forward with continuing to?
Excellent question. So we have it's over, it says PowerPoint. We received a agenda supplement. That is part of the supplement. They have answered the staff comments. If you just start at the top, please, Elizabeth. So the first 2 pages of the supplement corresponds to the staff memo, staff comments in the staff memo. So this might be a good starting place for review, because the staff comments are based on the items of continuance. And then they've also added some additional information about various features on slides 4, 5, 6, 7, I believe 8 through 10 of the supplement. So there has been additional information submitted to address the reasons for continuance.
Okay.
Yes.
From it.
Can you, yes. Mhm.
So I do appreciate that they submitted that documentation, but it's a lot of information and we just got it.
I know.
And I did have an opportunity to at least glance, but it would be most helpful if we had more time to actually be able to go through and look at the information properly. So my question is, do we go through it here all together in detail?
I think you let the applicant make that their presentation.
Okay,
Right.
so
and
they'll
just-
walk through.
I would advise that the applicant walk through what they've submitted
Okay,
as their presentation in response to your items for continuance. So we've demonstrated that we do have information, but to your point, yes, it would be good to have the applicant walk through that.
okay. Thank
Is
you.
is that okay with the commission?
I do want to say, I fully agree with Commissioner Wojcik for the volume of information that we're expected to go through, considering the amount of time that we spent for the number of reasons we asked for the continuation. I don't think it's fair to us to have to now cram,
Yeah.
but we will hear it.
Okay.
And hopefully it'll be clear enough for us to be able to help move things forward.
Okay. Okay. Attorneys, are you okay with that? Okay. Okay. Elizabeth, then I would just honestly introduce the applicants and turn it over to them so that they can make the presentation. And
All right.
that's it, they've been sworn in.
I sure will. Hi, this next presentation is a continuation from our July meeting for 3105, 3109, 3113, 3117, and 3121 Collier Place. And the applicants are online. Have you been sworn in yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you turn on your camera? There we go. Okay.
Is it just Josh?
Is it just John today?
I think I saw Penchali on.
Yeah, I'm on. I'm just letting you take the lead to the presentation.
Then Charlie, if you could turn on your video, please. Okay, great, thank you.
Great.
Okay,
John and Panchali, have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and can you both state your name and address for the court reporter, please?
John Mang, 2459 Wilkinson Boulevard.
I'm Charlie South, 401 Hawthorne Lane.
Okay, and John, let me know where you would like me to start with either the presentation here on the screen or with the supplement information you provided.
Sure, I think we can go straight to the supplement.
Okay.
I think that's the easiest. And kind of before we get started here, happy birthday, Marilyn. Glad we could celebrate a little bit of it with you today, and welcome, Anne. Appreciate you being on the commission and serving in this capacity, and look forward to working with you. And I appreciate the comments as well, in terms of, the wealth of information that I hope, you see in front of you is productive. We did go through, and this is organized, to help guide the conversation and guide through the comments. Basically from a narrative from, the continuance comments, and also, working back and forth with staff on, their comments from last week. So, this should flow very easily. There are some items that, I believe there's more than enough information to make a good, judgment on. And then there are probably a few items that, might require a little bit of conversation. So, with that, if, Elizabeth, you could just go to, page 1 of that supplement, where it starts off with item 1. This item relates back to some of the window spacing on the south and north elevations. I don't believe we walked out of the last meeting with kind of a clear or unanimous type of direction in which we were going, and the comment was to go back and study further these two elevations and how they relate to the windows. And just to bring Ann up to speed and refresh the commission, there are some structural constraints inside of the walls versus code compliant items and window size openings, which caused a few in construction changes that weren't documented properly. So in working with that, we kind of fell back to the massing and rhythm of the windows, and on the north elevation, I'm sorry, the south elevation to the top, you can see that the windows are stacked and aligned. The only difference from the COA approved drawings and the as-built conditions are the window type of the upper right-hand window, which kind of had a double window, double casement window in it. And to meet the code requirements of egress, since that is a bedroom, it was chosen during construction to put a single casement window in, not a casement, but a double hung window in there in its place to match the window to the left. As you can see from the photographs and also from the kind of as-built drawings that we put together, they stack and, vertically from the bottom windows up. Given the code constraints, I don't know if we really had a recommendation on that or a path forward, but just wanted to point out that, from the massing and window rhythm standpoint, they are in alignment with the original COA drawings. To move down to the north elevation on unit 305, there's a little bit of a discrepancy in terms of the original window spacing on the COA approved drawings versus what was built, for reasons that structural and code related, caused the windows to shift a little bit in its place. The roof rafters and roof thickness, and there are just some discrepancy in the original drawings that just from a actual buildability standpoint did not work out during the course of construction. And the window to the right does stack, and again, that's the same window that was approved in the COA drawings. And then the window to the left, upper left, stacks as well, but it's a little bit of a different size than the window below. But it is very close to being on center rhythmically with the window below. And again, that was originally shown as a kind of a double hung window in the COA drawings in it from, egress requirement standpoint. There's not a window that could meet that, that code requirement. So these are the, kind of conditions, that we're living with here. And, the picture to the bottom right-hand corner below the narrative, is just an example of, a structure down the street that, has different size windows stacked, with different rhythms over top of one another. So, there are some precedents in the immediate, area surrounding, player place that, has a very similar condition. So, I don't know if you want to pause kind of page by page or just go through. Is there any preference?
I think we'd be fine if you just go through everything.
Um, moving to, the second page of the supplement. This one, is regarding the change to, the all glass doors on the public facing streets. 1409 Thomas Avenue and 1801 Thomas Avenue have, and those are not storm doors, those are actually entrance doors. Those all both, face the public street and the sidewalk, and are almost less concealed, than the visibility that the windows have, on our public facing, elevation. So, again, we did not propose swapping those out. We kind of,
John, I don't know if you can hear us, but we've lost your video and audio.
He just froze and then went away. Panchali, did you want to keep going?
John has created this presentation, so I just sent him a text. I'm trying to get him to get back on.
Yeah. I think we'll give them a minute or so, but attorneys, can you help us? How would we pause a hearing and come back to it to give them time to sort out technical difficulties and keep going with our agenda?
I think that's in the chair's discretion to just announce, that we'll reserve this for later and move on, and then we can come back to this particular matter.
Okay. We will pause this particular application until the technical difficulties have been resolved with the applicant, and we'll move to the next application.
Sure. Okay, we can do that. Pa- Panchali, we'll
Yes.
talk to you. Get with John
I
and
will.
get you back on as soon as possible, but we're gonna move on to the applicant, application number 41724 Lamore Drive at this point.
Okay.
Okay? Are the applicants for 1724? I saw y'all come in. And you've been sworn in? Have all three of you been sworn in? Okay, perfect. You can probably, that's Collier. Yeah, where's the? There. So, keep going. Right there. Yep, cool.
Okay, we're back with 1740 or 24 Wilmore Drive, sorry, the applicants are in the room. This project is in addition to an existing structure and was continued at the July 9th meeting for the items listed on page 1 of the staff memo. The applicants have provided a response to the continued items starting on slide 8 through 11. They also provided an updated site plan showing current conditions of their site, as well as a study from the sidewalk on slide 14 of the height change for the addition. On slide 15, you can see the topography changes in the rear yard. On slide 16 and 17, updated drawings of the new addition. 18, we have detailed drawings. 19, floor plan. The applicants are also asking for a small accessory structure. Salt well is on slide 21. The applicants also provided 3D renderings on slide 22, 23, and 24. The applicants are also asking to select between two options. There's a 3-foot 6-inch height increase to the addition or a 4-foot 6-inch height increase. The difference between the two in the design is that the header heights for the windows align with the main structure for the 4-foot 6-inch height increase. For the 3-foot 6-inch height increase, the addition steps down into the ground, and therefore the window header heights do not align with the main house. The applicant has provided a section through the house showing both the right and left elevations with the step downs of the windows, just to give the commission that visual. The applicants also provided a brick sample, and we have before and afters on slide 27 through 30. If you could all state your name and address for the court reporter, and as previously stated, they have all been sworn in. Thank you.
All right, I am Hannah Leitner, 1724 Wilmore Drive.
Zach Leitner, 1724 Wilmore Drive.
Chip Leaf, 2008 Dilworth Road West.
And if you guys let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Start at the beginning of the new materials.
Okay, and if you're
Number 12.
number 12, okay, if you are going to go up to the screen or look at the screen, make sure you take your mic with you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Guess we can skip to the next page, 13. Thank you for the feedback and the commentary that we received in the last round of presentation and staff comments. We've worked with the staff a few times since our last submission to make sure that we're kind of addressing the staff's comment in an appropriate way that meets the guidelines and the standards. So we've taken the feedback that we've gotten through these past couple of months and worked on a revised solution that we believe is more congruent with the design standards. You can see these are the updated site plans, existing on the left, new on the right. We've shown the tree protection area for the existing tree, one of the design drivers from the reasoning of wanting to go to a 2-story addition. One of the other things that we kind of dug into is really understanding our site topography and understanding how that really impacts the amount of yard available for an addition. So that's kind of also a driver for wanting to, maintain some of the usable yard that we have before the substantial grade drops down. It's approximately 14-foot grade difference between the street and the rear property line. We can go to the next slide. So this is a cross section through the house, kind of going from across the street all the way through to the back property line. We've kind of studied the site visibility from both the adjacent sidewalk to our house and then across the street. And we've looked at, and we also pushed the addition further back from the previous proposal. And it's approximately 60 feet, 6 inches or so from the existing eave of the front of the house to the point where the addition becomes taller than the existing ridge line. One of the things that we have done to take advantage of the site is to drop the addition down 1 foot from the finished floor of the existing house to kind of minimize that overall impact of the height differences between ridge lines. And as you can see, we've drawn the site topography there, as you can see how it falls away pretty quickly there from the backside of the proposed addition and then the existing tree as well. So these are some more existing site photos to kind of capture the elevation of the existing house off of the most adjacent sidewalk and then going around to the rear to kind of help communicate the existing site topography and grade changes. So part of the strategy to address the comments specifically for massing and complex geometries is we've taken the addition and made it coplanar with the existing house, so we're not any larger or narrower, so it's in the same plane. We've also introduced a respectable cross gable at the point of demarcation between the old and new. So the existing house, we haven't really done anything to until you get to the proposed addition. So the existing house and its kind of shape and form is maintained, which would allow, if somebody chose to remove the addition and keep the existing house intact. So we've started by taking a simple gable form and started breaking that down that gable form goes to the existing ridge height and then to increase the height to the second double gable. That plane of the wall actually steps in 6 inches to offer some depth and relief to kind of reduce that scale and verticality there. And we've also introduced a shed dormer on the rear, which one of the staff's comments is to potentially shift that coplanar dormer wall inboard, which we are amenable to, and we can do that depending on what the recommendation or the feedback of the commission is. And we can also pull down these windows further to get a little bit more relief between the bottom of the bracket and the head of the windows there. Yep. So going to the right side, pretty much a symmetrical kind of articulation on the facade, except on this side we have a covered porch there. And we have some columns on the back side of that covered porch, and we're discussing via staff comments and feedback, maybe taking this column and engaging it with the wall there, and then fine tuning the alignment between the column and the beam and that relationship there. One thing I didn't point out earlier is there's an existing secondary chimney, a flue chimney that we're proposing removing. And one thing we'll study is potentially using those bricks and the new steps that we're proposing at the front of the house that we'll see here in a minute. So going straight to the step comment, our existing house has large CMU block steps up to a wood deck. So we're proposing demoing those and building back brick steps that would, match the existing brick of the home. The existing chimney that's exposed is the only part of the existing house that had not been painted. So that's the only brick that would be visible that would have a direct relationship from an aesthetic and color standpoint to the brick steps that we would use on the front of the house. And then we'd also have brick steps on the side of the house at a new side entry point. You can see the details that we've added for the window trims, the stiles and rails of the doors. All of this, all the windows and the doors would match the existing detailing and trim work of the existing home. And we're also proposing a new wood railing at the front of the house. And then we'll work with staff to figure out how to make that code compliant, as the current caps of those columns are not tall enough to meet current guardrail heights. So we'll study that as a next step. And then going to the plan, new roof plan on the left, much more simplified roof form and geometry, and more symmetrical to the existing house alignment. And then one of the comments was about the step in on the second dormer in the back. We've actually stepped the house in 6 inches after the first gable, or second gable there. So that kind of rear section steps in 6 inches after about 22 feet of framing. Go back to the plans real quick. And one of the ideas here, and you'll see it in some of the other sections that we'll show in a minute, but taking advantage of that site topography and dropping the addition down 1'6" to kind of help reduce the overall scale. You would actually have to step down into the den. So we have a couple, 2 stairs or so to drop down 1 foot there. So you'd enter the house on the same finished floor elevation as the existing house, and then step down into the den to kind of navigate that change in elevation there. Next slide. And as Ken said, we're also proposing to add a shed on the property, a 12 by 10 shed, which with details that would be copacetic with the existing house, and then in a little more aesthetic. Updated streetscape with the new proposal. The new ridge is 723.9, which is 3'6" above the existing ridge height, and it would also still be 3.2 feet shorter than our neighbor at 1720. So we still feel like we're within a comfortable range of being copacetic and congruent with our neighbors' massing and houses elevations. Yep, go to the renderings there. Updated renderings, more of a pedestrian level eye view, kind of understanding where the massing of the addition begins at the far end of the existing house. So the addition could be removed if someone wanted to, and maintain the integrity of the existing house and shape. Again, we're pushing the start of that new increase in elevation 60 feet back from the existing porch line, and then some additional views to see that massing in existing context, both on the right and then the left side. And then, as Candace had mentioned earlier, we've also done another study to look at window height alignments and what that would look like if, the current proposal is to drop the addition down 1 foot, so you get that 3'6", but obviously if we keep the same sill and head heights, they wouldn't align old to new. So as a study, we looked at what we would have to do to align those, and obviously that finished floor would be maintained across there, but that would warrant another foot increase in the new proposed ridge. And then these are some exhibits to show the difference between our July proposal and then our proposal for today. Thank you. Oh, we can go to the supplement.
Sure.
Can you go to 18, please? Okay. So part of the supplement, we wanted to kind of further illustrate the step down in the proposed option, or one of the proposed schemes where we have the 3'6". You can see once you get to the end of the existing house, we have a 1 foot step down into the den there. So that's kind of where that would happen. Again, 61'6" is the new massing has been pushed back that far. And then that's kind of looking to the right inside elevation there on the top, and then to the left elevation on the top. And again, the new side porch entry would be on the same elevation as the existing house. And then once you move further into the house against the kitchen, you would have the opportunity to step down into the den area. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the chimney is the only area of exposed brick that's visible from the street and from the public realm. So The new steps that we propose to build on both the front of the house and the side of the house would be to match as closely as possible the existing brick on that chimney. And we'd work closely with staff to figure out the exact brick that would be acceptable in addition to the mortar. Since the mortar is more of a yellow mortar, it's probably just that color they used then and just the weathering over the years, but obviously it's hard to do a 100% kind of comparison against the white cardboard of the brick samples. And if we go to the first page in the slide that has the picture of our front, or one of the pictures of the front of the house. Yeah, that's here. Yeah, that there. So one of the other things we're proposing is the existing home has these two non-historic pilasters here at the front of the house. So those would be removed, and we would do small cheek walls on the side, which are shown in the elevation and handrail as part of that new brick step construction there. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we have unknown callers. Callers, if you're calling for case number 41724 Wilmar Drive, could you please state your name and comments for the record? Okay. Over to you.
All right, commissioners, questions for the applicant?
Hi, good afternoon. In looking at the design evolution from July until now, and based on your walkthrough of the changes made, I do appreciate how you made an effort to look at the standards, as we interpret them, but also, as they stand on their own to work with your design. I guess there's kind of a chicken and egg situation I see going on with your design right now, in that you've lowered the level of the addition in order to lower the overall height of the top of the addition's roof. But in so doing, you're creating a situation where the header heights, of course, drop. And then also where the existing foundation, where it meets the new foundation, would then also drop. And I can't remember which slide it is, but on one of them that shows the side elevation for, I think it's option 1, you have siding going down, where the addition starts. So you have a real kind of firm endpoint with the original masonry, and then we start with siding. And is the design, would that be exposed concrete? Would you brick it?
The proposed foundation would be a CMU block, parged CMU block foundation.
Gotcha.
And I think the thought there was that we.
Could you guys get closer to your microphone?
Yeah.
CMU block parged foundation would be
And the thought there was just like not having to paint the brick to match.
right. So the existing brick on the house, the foundation is painted. So if we did use new brick, that would obviously be exposed and unpainted, and that would be a stark contrast between the painted brick. So we were thinking if a parged foundation would allow us to seamlessly blend that together.
Understood. And there's not necessarily, an issue, with changing materials. We do like to see a distinction, in the standards speak to being able to tell old from new, which you just spoke to. So that's not necessarily, a challenge with your design. However, it's that step down where I think a pedestrian walking by the house, that stands out to me, just one commissioner, where there is this sort of step down. There's no other way to say it. And because the corresponding change in height to the headers for the windows, it stands out. I'll just say that much. And I understand that this is all by design to reduce the potential, to reduce the new roof's overall height. But But again, just couching it in our standards, I see where you're massaging, to try to, fit this to those standards. I'm just, again, one commissioner, I'm not sure how successful that is. And I would perhaps want you to restudy alternatives beyond these two options that we've been presented. Beyond that, I think the breaking up of the gable, the side gable, is somewhat successful. You've incorporated a new shed dormer on the back, which sort of adds more complexity back into it. So we've reduced complexity on one end, and then again, kind of chicken egg. We've reduced complexity, but then we've increased complexity with those shed dormers on either side. And this is further back, so its impact in terms of your view from the street is going to be diminished. But I do think, given the context of where your house sits, these are, for the most part, bungalow style homes, but they're on the more simple side in terms of their massing and scale. And we're introducing a lot of complexity here where we don't see similar complexity in the neighborhood. And if it is there, then, I'd love to see examples of it. But just looking at your design and its context, those are just the comments that I had.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Hi, thank you. I wanted to say thank you so much for working with staff so closely, and it's more than evident. And we're very happy that you've come back and really taken the guidelines into consideration. I agree with Commissioner Sean. Sorry. In terms of some of the offsets, I don't know that having the elevation change is necessarily a bad thing in terms of the foundation, just because one of the guidelines is to separate the addition from the main house, but that might be something that we would all discuss in deliberation. I do want to ask specifically, how tall are the header heights of the existing windows in the existing house currently?
I'm not 100% certain.
You're not, I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I'm not 100% certain, but they're
Okay.
not drawn to scale on the.
Yeah, it's in the neighborhood of 7.2.
I was thinking that it was above 6'8", but not. And is the existing ceiling height 9 feet in the main house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you have a 7-foot header or a 7'2" header on the existing house, but you have a 9-foot ceiling, you would end up with about 1 foot 8 inches between. I would love to throw out the concept of keeping the header heights consistent, whether or not the floor changes, so that the header height inside on the addition would potentially be different than the existing, but on the outside, it would give us the consistency that we would be more looking for architecturally. I understand that it creates a different proportion in your interior wall, but because you're in a historic district, the exterior is more important to us. So that would be one thing that I would love for you to consider, because I feel like that might give us less attention to the fact that the floor level really changes. The other thing that I would love to throw out is, you don't have a band board drawn between the parchment and the siding. And so sometimes, again, from a horizontal material change, maybe that is something that is done. And I don't know the technical application of putting parchment over floor joist band, but maybe there is something aesthetically that could be done differently. So even though I understand that you're moving the floor system down, do we necessarily need to see that on the outside? So those are the kinds of things that I would love a little bit more exploration on, to also work that with the commissioner's comment. I think the coplanar dormer on the rear of the house is obviously something that we hold everybody to. So that would be wonderful if you could review that. But I do think that the lines and the simplification of what you've done so far is taking it much better into the simplicity of the original bungalow that you guys started with. So I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I think that's it.
Other questions for the applicant?
Was the tree plan part of the additional information we received? Or is that in this packet?
Yeah.
Is it in the package?
There we go.
Any other,
Thank you.
any other questions, Commissioner Holtz?
Can you tell me about the addition of the shed?
Yeah, we would just like to have a shed on the property for more storage space.
Understood, but it seems that it would be visible from the front and that's an additional complication to me, just trying to understand how all the pieces fit together.
So if you go to our details, or sure.
Do you mind taking your mic with you?
Yeah, page 20. The elevation that would face the street, if we keep it in the same location now, would be the right side. So we could, look at pulling that in to be co-planar with the house, but then it would start encroaching into the yard space there. The back side.
Sorry, I'm looking on the drawings on page 13 and it seems to me it's not in line with the house.
Yes, I was saying that right now it's not in line with the house, so it would be more visible from the street, but an option would be to move it to so that the right wall of the shed to be aligned with the existing wall plane to help
I understand now.
conceal that. Yes.
May I just help clarify, Commissioner Holtz? Is part of the issue with like the driveway and pulling cars to the back of the house and all of that? Is that part of your question as well?
It just was a new element that I was trying to understand how it fit in with the big picture.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? Okay, we're now closed for deliberation. Oh. Give me just a second. Thank you. So we will reopen.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to point out, I think, along with simplifying, this, version based compared to the first one, we're also able to introduce the shingle, sidewall element on all four elevations. So I think that helps tie it, back to the original shingles on the front of the house.
Anything else while we're still open for the applicant or for the commissioners? All right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioners, Commissioner Sullivan and Wojcik, you have some great comments. Either of you want to kick us off in the discussion?
Sure.
Before you start, the reasons we continue. I do want to acknowledge the suggestion or the idea that you gave around almost like a compromise. I think that that's good direction that we could possibly work in there as we give them feedback, further feedback. But to Commissioner Wojcik's point, let's start with the reasons for continuation. All right, so starting with the first item, number one was context, massing, height, width, scale, and roof form. So we started with A, restudy massing and complexity of form per the standards that are outlined. We know that that was done to a significant extent. There are some minor adjustments, or some adjustments, should not say minor, some adjustments that need to be made, but other thoughts on whether or not this has been addressed?
I think it's moving in the right direction, but as my fellow commissioners noted, there's still some work to be done.
And do we want to spell out what the work that we're suggesting should be done?
Well, I think just to start, we're half foot, well, with the option one, we're still a half foot above 3 feet in the new addition's roof height. And that's, 3 feet is the maximum that's been approved.
Is that true,
I don't,
Candace? I don't think that's true. I think that's typical. I don't.
That
think-
is typical.
I think it's typical.
It's typical. It's
So-
not that you have never approved above 3 feet. It's just that's usually where your sweet spot is.
Thank you.
and then the addition, I kind of think the massing, well, complexity of form.
So much better.
Yeah. Just some adjustments with the shed dormer on the rear that's coplanar. I think I've heard that maybe that needs to be brought in. How much are we suggesting?
I think we typically ask for 4 to 6 inches.
4 to
Typically
6
6 inches.
Okay, bring that in 4 to 6 inches. Any other? And I think just coming back to the comment about the height. Commissioner Wojcik, don't turn your mic off yet.
Yeah.
When you were giving that or that idea, what height change what would be that compromise that would allow the height to be different or the window header heights to be different inside, but to be the same on the exterior?
So I was asking all those questions because there's could be a difference of a foot between the top of the window and the ceiling. And so that was why I was asking about the ceiling height and the header heights. And I think if it creates a different aesthetic on the interior for them personally, but sometimes it helps with interior function if they were willing to explore raising that elevation. And I am not, allowed to design, but our purview is on the exterior. So realistically, I didn't want to ask a bunch of questions and then find out that it wasn't possible. That's why I asked the questions first. But I would love for them to explore raising the header so that on the exterior of the house, it matched and looked consistent. Whether or not they chose to drop their floor or not is up to them.
Okay,
In terms of, I'm more worried about what we see on the outside.
and just to be clear, we're asking raise the header heights on the addition to be even or consistent with the original header heights on the house, but not to change the height of the addition to 4'6", because that is an option that they gave us.
Correct.
Okay. Okay,
That will likely change the proportion of the window as they would need to get taller.
No. No, the bottom moves up. The whole window just moves up. It's exactly the way that it is. It's just horizontally, the lines at the top and the lines at the bottom are in the same horizontal line instead of having a step down. I mean, I can do the math, but, because I know, but they are not exactly sure what their header heights are currently. So I can't really do the math. Plus, that's not my job. Right, Christy?
Correct.
So I would like it to be explored and I would like the information to be brought back to us.
clear enough. Okay, so that is A. Anything else on that before we move to, I think that's A, B.
But,
C.
and windows and doors down below. I think that no, number 2, I mean, we kind of skipped a little bit.
Okay, so I think we've
Oh,
addressed
no,
all of
we did.
one.
You're right, we did. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so all of one, I believe we've now addressed, correct?
Yep, and then we started
Okay,
2.
let's go to 2. All right, so restudy doors and windows in rhythm.
That would be what we just talked about, the rhythm of
Okay,
headers and, well, that would be part of it.
okay. Other comments, commissioners?
There was a question, I think, from staff on the windows in the dormer. On the side windows on the shed dormer to the rear. It looks like, in that image, the window on the right looks like it's real close to that roof.
I would say that they just make sure that the drawings are technically correct and that they've presented flashing.
I think the applicant also said that they were amenable to making that change that was mentioned in the staff notes. Mhm.
Okay, so let's make sure we note that change that's mentioned in the staff notes when we make our motion. All right, so next is provide lap siding specifications. Did we get that? It's in there?
To look at one more thing about the porch.
Which number is that?
I'm looking at the details on page 18 and I actually don't see the siding detail that I thought was here.
But can't they work with staff on this? I mean.
I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah,
staff
that's
can-
Okay.
staff. Yeah.
So we'll say work with staff on B. C, windows and door specifications. Are those there as well? And then if not, they can work with staff on those.
I see the trim details,
Next is your trim details.
their actual windows spec. 18. Window schedule. Oh, there you go. Okay.
And what about the beam and column details? It's there. Okay,
Can I ask Candace to go to the porch on the back of the house? Cause I feel like there was an offset between the rear wall of the house and where the columns were located, and that didn't seem reflective on the rear elevation. So on the floor plan, it looked like those columns sat back from the rear elevation of the bedroom. And so I just wanted, if we could make a note about them to check that for us.
I'm sorry, what was that?
So there's that elevation, those
Yep.
columns are set back from the rear wall of the house, but on the exterior elevation, the gable end is on the same plane. And so I would just like that to be reviewed and make sure that it's presented correctly. Because the way I'm seeing it there is different than the way it looks on the floor plan. Like there should be a roof offset or something. And to engage the column in the corner of the wall, like they noted that staff suggested.
okay. All right. Okay, so does that take care of all of number 2?
I think so.
Okay, moving to number 3, provide driveway dimensions.
Can I go back once?
Sure.
2E, the beam and column detail, they have the column detail on how the column sits on the brick base. But I didn't actually see how the column is supporting the header on the back porch.
Mhm.
They have the bottom parts, but I don't, there should be another, oh, there it is.
Mhm.
Thank you. Okay. Never mind.
Okay, anything else before we move to number 3? All right, provide driveway dimensions. Do we have that? I feel like we talked about driveway at all.
Well, I'm seeing on.
Turn your mic on and tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, I'm looking at the same thing is up on the screen, number slide 13.
There's dimensions.
They're provided.
Okay, 8 foot 9 inches wide.
Can
That's
we-
all we need is the width?
Well, we need to confirm that that doesn't touch the house, and it's hard to see because the roof overhang's shown on this drawing.
Yes,
So there should be that planting area in between.
that's right.
So if they could just confirm it, it's probably there, we just can't see it because of the drawing.
Can you get that, standard
Oh, yeah.
handy for us? And that way we can mention that in our response. But it looks like there is a little bit of a gap there. We just need to make sure. Okay. All right, so label site plan with tree information, including species, diameter at breast height, and I believe that was done. It's a pecan, as we say in the country, pecan tree. Okay. And then the tree protection information is there. Excellent. Rear yard calculation. That also there.
And is it normally it's on the site plan when they do
Yeah,
it?
normally it is. If it's not there, staff will definitely work with the applicant to get it, but they do have a significant rear yard, so I'm sure they meet it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be a problem, but we
Yeah.
just need it documented.
Yep. So let's make note that that still needs to be included. And then show the location of mechanicals on the site plan. Was that done? Yes. Where is it?
It looks like the,
Okay,
Existing mechanical relocated.
relocated there?
Yes.
Okay,
and also the rear yard information is here as well,
There it is.
and the rear yard calculation is there?
Yep.
So don't worry about adding that.
right there.
Slide 13.
Slide 13.
So those were all of the reasons this application was continued, commissioners. Other comments or other items that we need to call out, discuss? If not, I will happily entertain a motion.
Right, I move to continue this application because the proposed project is incongruous with the following standards. Number one, massing, 6.8. Height and width, 6.9. Scale, 6.10. Roof form, 6.13. We ask the applicant to restudy the coplanar dormers, possibly looking at a 4 to 6 inch reduction in width. Offset, thank you. We also ask the applicant to explore raising the header heights on the additions, windows and doors to be consistent with the existing structure. That's 6.9. We request the applicant to explore and provide detail for the dormer windows. Also 6.15, 6.16. And ask the applicant to restudy the rear porch column and beam, specifically engaging the column that is closest to the side of the house, and to see, yeah, and we also asked the applicant to confirm there is a driveway strip and allow 12 to 24 inches of a planting strip between the driveway and the side of the house.
I- Steven. Then. No. That standard is that standard is 8.2, number 8.
Thank you. Adding standard 8.2, is it number 8 or B?
It's 8. It's 8.
It's 8. Thank you. I can't read my own handwriting. And porches, trees, I think that did it.
May I ask a question? The
Yes.
dormer windows, are you referring to the 2 windows in the gable end to move down away from the brackets as staff's suggested in the memo? Is that what you're referring to?
I think, yes, I think
Okay.
it was your staff, it was staff recommendations.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah, not in the dormer, for those in the gable ends, side gable ends.
Thank you.
Per standards, 6.15 and 6.16.
May I add one more?
Please.
I just think for good measure to put this in here, and it's for foundation, 6.12, number 1, relate the height of the new foundation to the height of foundations on historic buildings found within the context of the new building. Avoid lowering the grade to achieve greater overall height to the new building.
Accepted.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Can I add, I think there's a note about that secondary chimney. Do we need to note that in there? They are asking to remove the secondary chimney located near the rear. And there's a standard 4.7, number 4, and I believe that references a non-dominant chimney is
Secondary.
can be removed.
And stipulate that the bricks are reused.
And we're, so we're going to add that the removal of the secondary chimney, per standards 4.7.4. In the application is congruent with our standards, and that the applicant reuse those bricks as indicated in their application.
All right. We've got a motion by Commissioner Sullivan. Seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to continue passes 8-0. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we are going back to case number 3. Is Pancelli and John available online? Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, yes. Okay.
For the tech.
Uh, Hi, John, and I think Pancelli is here, and Russell. Russell, have you been sworn in?
I'm not planning on presenting. But you can swear me in if you want.
Okay, thank you. John, I'm going to hand it back over to Elizabeth, but I believe you were trying to explain your.
Finish section 1. So if you go up to page, I believe we were on page 5.
Okay, slide back.
And he was finishing up door and window changes. I think, John,
That's correct.
feel
And
free to repeat anything about doors and windows and we'll, just pick up where we left off.
Sure, and I appreciate the patience with the technical difficulties, but to finish off this slide here, the show that the doors that were installed, single pane glass full light doors that front the street are there are some precedents and applications of that down the street or close by on Thomas Avenue, both at 1409 and 1801. Those are not storm doors in those pictures. Those are full light entry doors as they're installed. So moving on to the third page. The comment was to restudy the cornices and trim changes and some of the differing conditions around the eave lines of the buildings. And upon studying that, we found that the actual trim and roof to soffit or roof to fascia transitions were consistent throughout the building as it's built. The difference is the way the gutters are terminated, and that's what makes it look so off, I guess, when you're standing there and evaluating the building from the ground. So what this slide represents is some Photoshop before and after images to show the two on the upper right of the page there. Shows the gutter going all the way to the end of the fascia. And the Photoshop version to the left, or to the right, I'm sorry, would be the fixed condition that we're proposing to bring all of the gutters and all of these conditions that you're seeing back to within a reasonable area and consistent distance from the transition points of the roof and those details. So it looks as it appears and it was drawn by the original architect in the COA drawings. Moving on to item 3, the front porch column, and we were asked to go back and reevaluate that in terms of its appropriate use of materials when it comes to the transition from the brick column to the wood trim. And there are very strong historic applications very similar to what was constructed, both some with brackets and some without brackets, as you can see on 1501 Thomas Avenue and also on 1801 Thomas Avenue as well. Just to highlight the fact that what was constructed is in line with the COA approved drawings and also within some of the historic precedents in the surrounding area for consideration. Moving on to item 4, this was in response to 2 items. One was the coach lights or the sconces that were above the doors versus located on the side of the garage doors for the COA approved drawings, and also the amount of brick that you have between the header of the garage door and the termination of the brick to the siding above, and the increased amount of that distance based on the unsuitable soils that were found early on in construction, and how the step down and the grade change of that building worked itself out. What we are proposing going back with, and I appreciate working with staff again on this, we had a trellis kind of element mimicking the brackets to either side of the garage door. The brackets would be the same size and shape as the smaller brackets of the 2 sizes that are part of this project. So they would be identical to what has been approved. And then instead of the trellis, we're proposing a bit of a shed roof that matches closely to the some of the entry door configurations that have the shed roof and with a bracket either on one. So we would be bringing, kind of tying those two elements together that were approved previously before construction. And then to utilize, so the garages are lit, we would put some, the proposal is to have some soffit, use of the electrical that's in place that cannot be moved because the headers and the posts and the basically solid wood framed walls to either side of the garage door. We would reutilize that electrical as it is and extend those and put some recessed soffit lights up into that canopy just to light up the garage doors at night, fully down lit. You would never see them from the street. And then I believe we have two more slides. The trim between the three, the triple windows, as it was built, they omitted that of siding due to water intrusion concerns with the vertical siding. So what the proposal is here, as you can see as it's drawn, would be to match the trim identically to what is in the approved COA drawings and what is on site. Add that third bay back to the middle window, and instead of the vertical siding, we'll use the same siding that we have elsewhere throughout the project, and that was approved originally in the middle in a horizontal fashion to create that texture and move back towards the approved condition for those windows. And it was in the, I think as a staff comment that there was a question whether or not the diagonal siding underneath the two bay windows throughout the project were to remain, and that is a yes. We're not changing any of that. That was in the approved COA submission as well, and there are going to be no changes to that. Then last item, and again, you can see the triple bay window there for the west elevation. But this slide references the amount of flashing above the porch roof to the window. And upon looking at that more closely, that is, there's two brick courses of above the intersection of the roof to the vertical wall. That is the recommended distance by today's masonry standards. And we're proposing, just from a water intrusion longevity standpoint, that we don't make a change to that. It's for the again, for just the longevity of the building. And when you read back and go through section 5.5 regarding masonry in the standards, when you go through those 6 bullet line items, most of them are related to how you fix in a historic context bricks that are failing, keeping water out. And at the very first paragraph of that section, it states most masonry problems can be avoided through monitoring and prevention. And in terms of prevention, again, for the long haul for this building, we feel that it's just best to stick with the masonry standards and not, an addition or a rehabilitation of a historic building, and fitting within the masonry recommendations of today's world will make this stand the test of time. Charlie, I don't know if you had anything to add for turning back over to the commission, but I want to thank everybody for their time and patience today.
I don't have anything to add.
We do have some unknown callers on the line. Callers, if you're calling for 3105 Collier Place, can you please speak up for the record now? Okay.
All right. Did the applicant have anything they'd like to add? If you're not speaking, please put yourself on mute.
Add from my end.
All right. It looks like we're getting some feedback from Panchali's line. If, not sure if she wanted to add something or not. All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Wojcik, thank you for kicking us off.
Thank you. Hello, I'm sorry. I need a little clarification on a few things, if you don't mind explaining just a little bit more to me. When I'm going through the supplement information, when we got to the panel designs on, I don't know what page this says. It says item number 4, elevation change, and we're talking about the 2 panels versus 3 panels in between the sets of windows. Yeah, so it says elevation changes, number 4, it says as built, and it was built with the 2 panels, and then it says proposed post-construction change, and we're talking about going to a 3 panel. But is there a document that says what we approved to begin with?
Yeah, that's at the very front of the presentation. It was essentially the 3 panels. The 2 panels on the left and the right, the far outside panels, had the diagonal siding as it's shown here. And the only difference was the middle panel, instead of having the siding running horizontally, it was running vertically.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay, thank you.
So we're just taking that middle panel and turning it 90 degrees, basically.
And you said that that was for water intrusion purposes?
Yeah, with the lap siding, the contractor had some concerns with that application.
Gotcha. Thank you. I got one. I'm making a note. I'm sorry. And I've got one more. And then can you go back to the on the next page, it says item number 4, elevation change. And then on the right-hand side, D says evaluate the brick flashing detail. And you were talking about the appropriate height for waterproofing, but can you tell me again, where is that being applicable on the elevation itself?
Yeah, that is, it's highlighted in the orange rectangle. It's above the porch roof on the west elevation, I believe. And it is the original COA drawings just had a very thin band of a flashing, like probably less than 3 inches on the original drawings, and it's just not constructible. It's not feasible to build that out. And then thank you. Pulling up the picture, but you can see it's a little bit thicker there, and it's about 2 brick courses high to go right up under the window. So.
Oh. Okay, no, I still am not putting 2 and 2 together. So you're telling me above the shed roof and below the windows there?
Right where the cursor was, yes.
Okay, and so we're seeing that flashing is just bigger than we thought that it was?
Correct.
And so does that flashing engage with the windowsill?
It comes up underneath the windowsill, and there's some flashing and counter flashing that go underneath the frame of the window. And to have a consistent edge of a consistent line across, instead of coming across, dropping down, or coming back up to meet the the bottom of the windowsill and then go back down again. It was decided in the field to make that change and just run it straight across.
That's interesting. So are you telling me that that flashing actually goes in between the brick itself on a horizontal instead of just being applied to the face of it?
Yes, it's called it's reglet flashing. It goes in between the mortar joints, and that's why it is at the level that it is.
Oh,
I mean, that's how you get the coverage in the seal and the proper lapping and between materials, between the face of the brick. If you just stick it to the face of the brick and put some mastic behind it, will get behind it. So there's actually, and then behind, part of the code conditions of cavity brick walls is to have, weeps to kick water out if water should get behind the brick,
right.
up above the window. So we still have to deflect before you get to the roof level, any potential water that gets behind the brick out to the roof above that flashing. So it's a very complicated detail.
Excuse me, can I ask that the applicant pull over? I'm getting nauseous from trying to pay attention to what you're saying and seeing the space go by. It seems to me that the 20 of us in this room are giving you our full attention. We'd like for you to give this conversation your full attention.
Absolutely.
So is this standard practice for a commercial structure?
It's best practice for commercial and residential.
Okay. I wish our builders were here today. That would be nice.
I would like for you to bring more information to us about that practice. That does not seem to be logical to me as a non-builder. It just that does not comport with sense and how physics seems to work on buildings. Again, your drawing is interesting, but I'd like to see more detail and I'd like to see it in person.
Especially since as it's engaged as a step flashing, as the roof steps down, there's no way that it's installed like that at that point. So.
The previous applicant had a very similar condition to that around the chimney. And again, that was a step flashing condition like you mentioned, but.
Okay. Those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant?
Okay, I have many.
This is Commissioner Holtz. I have many. First of all, let's go back to slide 4. You said that the as-built window stacks and mimics the lower ones. It just doesn't. We're looking at the photos. We can see it doesn't. We asked you to bring back something that was consistent with the drawings we approved. You've not done it. You just haven't. Similarly, on page number 5, issue regarding the doors, you haven't let us know whether these are historic doors or not, whether those were approved by the commission or not. So presenting them as a reason that we should approve your proposed door style is insufficient, in my opinion. Similarly, regarding the, let's see, on page 7, the porch column details, again, you assert that they were built as drawn. The photos are different. They are not as drawn. So I would appreciate your being more clear about how you think that that we see in the photographs and we see in the drawings is supposed to be the same when we can see it. It's not. Just saying that it is over and over again doesn't change the fact that it's not built to what we approved.
Correct. And we're consistent with these approved ceiling lines. I said the rhythm and the sizes are close to being consistent on the The upper elevation here, the window masonry openings are correct and in proportion to on the window itself is not for the code reasons that were specified. The window to the bottom half of the I specifically said that it was not the window to the left is not, it's off center and it does not meet the same window dimensions as the one below. That window type is the same as what was approved. The window to the right of it, I'm sorry, the window to the right of the lower page is the same window opening size. The window to the left is off center and not to the same dimension for reasons we spoke about it inside the building. So to say that it was ignored is not correct. If you would like to go to the
Wait,
models.
let's stop on
On
that
the
window for
porch.
just a minute. Let's stay on number 4.
If I
Sure.
could just, as a reminder, I know it gets difficult with the approved versus as exists, but try to keep in mind that we are reviewing it. Is what was built, does it meet the standards for window openings and rhythm and stuff? We're not necessarily comparing it to what was approved. We're looking at what was built. Would you, if this is coming to you today, would you approve this? So, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification and reminder. Let me say very clearly. I understand the applicant's point about what he wants to do because of the programming of the inside of the building. That's not our concern. Our concern is fenestration and rhythm on the exterior of the building, and what we're seeing does not meet our standards.
I'm going to add to that. I think there was definitely a misunderstanding about what was being asked for between what they heard and what I said.
So, other questions or comments for the applicant before we close for deliberation? I mean, there's quite a bit here, so. Commissioner Lineberger?
I just would like to know if the applicant could address the comments of the submittal of the resident.
Okay, I don't think we talked about that. Do you want to go to the supplement?
And I don't know if that person tried to call in and then they couldn't.
So we had an email from the property owner that said he had a conflict and can't call in. So as you know, when we have written documentation as shown on slide 12 of the agenda supplement, that it is considered hearsay since they're not here for question and answer, but you can give it limited weight. And you were certainly able to, discuss it with the applicant.
Okay. Any other comments or I don't know if the applicant had a response to what was submitted or not? Before we close for deliberation?
The letter or email that was sent in references building 4, not building 1. We have not gotten to this application yet.
There you have it. It actually says 1 and just a clarification, the letter does reference building 1 and 4 in the subject. I believe she's an owner in 4, but she's referencing building 1 and 4, just for clarification.
Okay, and the majority of the comments that they make are referencing building 4, and they're just, I guess, reinstating that the building needs to be brought into compliance, which is what we're meeting about currently.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry, we're getting feedback, I think, from Mr. Mang's line, but I think Panchali, you were speaking. Could you repeat the last bit of what you said?
Sure. As far, most of their, comments that they've outlined is for building 4, which will of course get addressed with the building 4 application. They did reference building 1, and predominantly they, are stating what we are trying to do here, which is get building 1 in compliance with the historic district standards. That they support that.
Okay, thank you. Other comments or questions before we close for deliberation, commissioners? All right, let's go ahead and close for deliberation. Yes, Commissioner Wojcik, because I'm not even sure where to start. I know the reasons we continue, but there was a supplement, so please,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, I was just reviewing the supplement information because that was the documentation that they actually submitted that I saw to review. So I was thinking that I could just give my little feedback real quick on those things, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so item number 1, the doors and windows, I really think that there was some sort of misunderstanding because when I did my motion for continuation last time, we requested that window sizes be changed because the proportions of the windows themselves were not appropriate to each other. And I remember us saying that we would actually approve the bottom window picture in this supplement because it was proportionate and that the double window was larger than the single window that was above it, and that there was a consistency and flow and fenestration. Whereas the top drawing, the one single double hung window above the twin casement window below was inconsistent and did not meet our fenestration standards. So it was more that I think we were requesting that the lower window be changed to a double hung to be more proportionate with the top, or the top be changed to a casement. And there are different types of windows out there. I think that they were trying to save money, and that's why they went from a casement to a double hung when they were wanting to meet egress. So there's a whole bunch of programming elements, and they missed the point that the window sizes, whether or not the masonry opening is the correct size and what they presented, the proportions of the windows and glass are inconsistent with our design standards. So that's what they were supposed to address. It didn't have anything to do with the brick masonry openings. Their example that they gave us is a good example of what it should be: a single window above a double window, and the double window is bigger than the single window, not the same size. So the scale and proportion of the window itself is wrong. And then the examples that they gave us for the historic single glass doors, those are not historic. Those would not have been something that would have been done in that neighborhood. So those are not good context for us to review.
They're also storm doors.
That's
So
what I
there's a
thought. They
front
look like
door.
storm doors. He specifically said they weren't, but it doesn't matter. That's not something that we would approve as a primary door. The soffit details, the proposed design had an angled soffit. We don't have to maintain an angled soffit, but it's inconsistent because some of the soffits are angled and some of them are boxed square. So he said that they were consistently trimmed. They are not. The top one has a box, which is more like the pork chop end that we don't allow. And the bottom one on the right-hand side is angled. So that's where we were asking for clarification as to which one are they gonna, that's what we were asking for clarification on. Also, the gutter extension. Some of the places it extended, some of the places it didn't, and it seemed, that part seemed inconsistent as well. So
And
I,
this is slide 6 of the supplement.
slide 6, thank you. So on slide 6, they have a square soffit boxing at the roof overhang. And on the bottom right, they have an angle that follows the roof pitch. So that's why we were saying they were inconsistent.
Neither of those are consistent with the standards.
The bottom right is closer to what they presented to us.
Yes.
Closer to, but still not exact. Which is, I mean, it doesn't have to be exact to what we approved as long as it's something that we would approve.
So it looks like that's what they're proposing is the one on the far right, the
one on the
Photoshop.
far right,
proposed.
they visually cut back that gutter return so that it didn't cover the rake as much, and you could see the diagonal line of the rake extension better.
My understanding from these drawings is that they're proposing each of those three for for 3 different conditions.
They are 3 different conditions, but I think they were focusing more on the gutter location than they were the boxing.
Correct.
So yes, those are 3 different conditions. But I don't think that they addressed the fact that they've got an angled soffit in some areas and a box soffit in others. Okay. And then the column and headers integration above the brick columns, the drawings, the approved drawings present themselves as having the header set back about 4 inches from the face of the column itself. In the pictures, it looks like there's a much more substantial setback. The example drawings that they presented, the one on Thomas Avenue, is more consistent with what was built, but it does not have a bracket engaged with it, so it doesn't look as awkward. The one that they did at 1501 Thomas Avenue has a smaller offset engaged with the bracket. So their condition that they have built doesn't match either one of those in true design. My thought would be that they would explore the boxing at the header so that they could create the proper engagement with the bracket. But again, I'm not allowed to design it, so.
Commissioner Wojcik, can I just add in on
Yes,
that?
please.
You know, the comment was made that that was built per the approved COA drawing. That is not the same.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that's really
Thank
clear.
you. Yes, thank you.
Because it was said that that is exact and it is not.
Thank you. And then my thought on the roof overhang, I think that that is an appropriate way to break up the brick exposure. I'm not sure, I would need somebody to remind me if metal roofing is appropriate material for that district.
They have some in other locations of the building
Okay.
over some of like the rear entry and side entry doors.
And the soffit lighting, I know we review lighting, but that's not really a decorative light element. So it's more of an integrated architectural element. So I just want to make sure that that meets our guidelines. I like it because it's a downlight and that there's less light pollution. But again, I would like to reference our lighting standards. And then I think the last thing was just the panel design, the 3 panel breakup is much more consistent with the lines of that facade. I,
Can we go back? What about the brick over the garage?
yeah,
Is that on the prior?
they're using a metal roof awning design with some brackets that play off some of the other architectural elements to reduce the mass of the brick.
Oh, that's where the metal roof is? Okay.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
yes.
I do think that that is an improvement because when I first, before there was ever an issue and I first saw this under construction, it was so glaring to pull in there and see that huge
Brick.
gap of brick, huge wall of brick before you got to any fenestration. So it's a better solution at least.
Definitely. Yeah, it helps with the proportion of the overall wall and
Mhm.
material. And then the last thing that they presented to us is the splashing. And I feel like I would like some more information about that because that is not standard practice as far as I know. And you might have some experience with that, but I've never seen this detail before in terms of flashing on brick. Yeah,
Can you repeat that, Commissioner Stan?
I would love to have a builder's input on that.
I think some more technical information should be requested.
Yes.
I understand that that's one practice, but that's not standard practice as far as I've been exposed to in the last 30 years. That's my opinion. Those are my thoughts about the review.
Thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. Commissioner Lineberger?
Well, to go back on that, to piggyback on that a little bit is the panels between the windows. That became 2 panels versus 3, and I think the argument was that there was a water intrusion potential issue there, which I do not understand, and I'd also like Commissioner Whitlock or Commissioner Taylor to weigh in on that.
Thank you for saying that because that sounded strange to me, considering that people have paneling on buildings all the time. Okay, good. So have we touched on everything that I think we have, right? Sorta. Commissioner Kerm, did you have his? Okay. Okay. All right. So it just sounds like a lot more work is needed. Some of what we've asked for was addressed, not as much, but yeah, very little. And there are some things that still need to be restudied and addressed. Given that, do we have any brave soul that could help craft a motion, and we will do our best to assist?
All of a
do
sudden,
it.
I want to get quiet. Yeah.
Do it.
I'm like, what's happening?
That look was for Commissioner Holtz.
Oh,
I defer to my esteemed colleague.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you had
Okay.
it.
So do you,
Let's start with the easy things.
yeah,
Let's start with the things that you guys are good with. Is there anything that you're like, okay, this works?
the awnings over the roof
Okay.
or over the garage doors,
Okay,
those are definitely good.
okay.
Can I, well, I know design standards for lighting, is there any issue with integrating the recessed lights into the soffits? Because I know architectural lighting is different than, but it's a functional light.
It's functional.
Okay.
It's hidden.
Okay,
It's downward directed. We ask for downward directed.
okay, okay.
But
May I also suggest that we direct the applicant to
pre-clear the exact materials with staff prior to installation.
Ways. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And also that corbel detail. On the corbel detail.
They were okay with your.
The size and like they have to draw it technically for you to review, right? I mean, does that doesn't,
Of the garage doors.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes, you.
I
would
don't
ask-
think that's enough information. There's no dimensions, there's no, okay, so we're gonna request construction drawings. Okay, all right.
Okay, so that's
All right.
one thing down, approval with conditions on that, with all of the conditions that you mentioned.
Okay, can I do that one now?
So-
Okay, so I move to approve the new roof line that's going to be constructed over the existing garage doors with the metal detailing and bracket design. We are requesting that construction documentations be created for this design and work with staff on final detailing of materials and proportion and scale for those elements. We approve the recessed lighting to be incorporated into that structure, as it also is incongruous with our design standards. Not incongruous with our design standards. And so we would want roof forms, 6.13 for roof. And then the lighting was 8.12 for lighting.
Second.
So we've got a motion, part one, motion by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Holt,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with conditions for part one passes 8-0. Part two. Do we have a motion? Bless you.
Yes. So I would move to continue this application, because the proposed project is incongruous with the following standards. I'm gonna list the items as we go through the supplement package. Specifically, window sizes on the elevation that is presented in item number 1. There needs to be a change in the windows because the way that they are not correct. They do not meet our standards.
Okay, so this is slide
Slide 4,
in the supplement,
slide number 4 of the supplement,
and you were referring to the as exist photograph.
the as exists photograph at the top. Well, if I remember correctly, we used the bottom as an example of what would be acceptable in the previous continuation.
Yes.
Okay,
You used, this is the front of the building. You used the, I think you used, you talked about a specific elevation.
yes,
Let's go back. Let's make sure we have it right. South elevation unit 3105. And you talked about the second and third floor windows, that they don't meet for window proportion and light pattern.
okay. Well, I'm just gonna say that again. 'Cause
So-
that, right?
So you're talking about are you talking, and you said earlier when you were summarizing your changes, you weren't necessarily talking about the size of the opening itself,
Correct.
but the division of the light and the type of window that's been used in the opening.
Correct. So we are requesting the restudy to be done for the window type and or glass size so that the lower window presents itself as being equal or bigger than the top window. Because the proportions of the light in as existing is inconsistent
Right.
with our standards.
Right.
Okay. And that's standard 6.15.
Okay.
Okay. And then,
And are you just point of clarification, are you still limiting it to unit 3105? Or are you talking about anywhere that this situation occurs?
I think anywhere that they have changed anywhere
Fine.
that
The
they've
light
changed
proportion.
it from the approved design.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Do you understand, Candace, Elizabeth, you good?
Yeah, both of the changes are on the same unit, just on different elevations.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then for doors and windows, I think this would be page 5 of the supplement. The context doors that they have presented to us are definitely not historic doors, and so those are not good contexts for us to reference. So we are still requesting that they resubmit an alternative door configuration that meets our design standards, and that's also design standards 6.15. And then, so that would be page number 5. And then page 6, we have discussed the boxing details for the roof rakes and soffits are still inconsistent with each other. They typically don't match what was presented, but they also don't match each other in solution. So we still need there to be some consistency in the boxing detail. We approved an angled soffit, and we have been presented with a square box soffit and an angled soffit in different locations. We do want the gutters to be reflected appropriately as well, but that boxing information and the gutter information needs to be addressed as presented on that page. And that's the cornice and trim changes. Our design standards are 4.14.
Did we say slide 6 of the supplement?
I did.
We might have, okay.
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Do we need to add the other piece, which was 2B of the continuation? The overall project needs to be reviewed for bracket location, size and scaling.
Can you tell me that again?
That the overall project needs to be reviewed for bracket location, size and scaling.
The overall project needs to be reviewed for bracket size and scaling as well. Okay, which brings us to number 7 on the supplement, the column details. The column and header and bracket integration as approved on the drawings have a minimal offset between the header and the column. The design elements that they have, the context pictures that they have brought to us do not support the design that they have implemented. And we would like them to reevaluate the dimensional offset between the column and the header and how the the bracket size and integration works with those design details. How the bracket works with the column and the header and how they connect to each other, but also the bracket size specifically. And that was, I think column details in design standards for 6.14 and masonry 5.5.
And Commissioner Wojcik, earlier when you mentioned trim, you mentioned 4.14 is also 6.14.
6.14 for trim. Oh, I think I did 6.14. I didn't do the other one, 4.4.
4.14 is windows.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't think you're right. I don't think I said that. And then we've approved the next page on. So that would be 7, 8.
Had the 9 with
9. So, we do want the 3 panel. We would like some more information about the waterproofing, and technical applications of installing siding vertically versus horizontally versus diagonally, and how those are impact from a performance standpoint. So please provide technical documentation to support your proposed changes.
Commissioner Wojcik, may I add to that, just from the previous continuation, that the panel detailing with the diagonal orientation for the siding was inconsistent for the standards as well. It wasn't just the.
Oh, okay. I thought we approved the
That
diagonal.
was why we continued it, and then they gave us the argument that they had to do it that way because it was a water intrusion. That came up after.
Okay, so the design, the diagonal design is inconsistent with our design standards. So a restudy of that. And then on page 10 of the supplement, we would like technical information submitted to support the through wall flashing and why that is required for this application for us to review and consider.
All right. We've got a motion by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion?
Do I need to add masonry 5.5 for that for the flashing?
that would be great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
masonry 5.5.
And do you?
Accepted.
All right. Okay, so part two motion.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to continue part 2 of this application, passes 8-0.
Great.
Thank you. Can we take a break?
I was just gonna suggest that. Yes, 15 minutes, be back at 3:30.
All righty.
All right.
Hey, Christy.
How long have you been in Charlotte?
Okay, welcome back to the Historic District Commission meeting. This is September 10th, 2025. We are on agenda item number 5, 700 Templeton Avenue. There are both information in the main packet, and then we have supplement information. I should note that there's a mistake. Slide 21 says Exhibit B, it should say Exhibit A. And slide 22 says Exhibit A, it should say Exhibit B. And this is in slide 21 and 22 I'm referencing are in the agenda supplement. There's also a little bit more in the agenda supplement, as well as some before and after pictures. And then one thing just to address is that there had been some questions about the building permit timeline from the community. And so Elizabeth went and did in-depth research about all of the permits issued and different inspection dates for this project. And that is on slide 29 and 30 of the application. And I just want to note that currently permits are expired. And as of yesterday, there are no new permit applications. Just as an point of education for any community members and the commission, if the applicant, permits are expired, the building currently looks about like what it looks like on slide 27. And so the holdup's not on our end. If they were to apply for permits, HDC staff would work with them to release the holds and make sure that they can continue with the project. The question of the brick is really unrelated to them finishing the project. Like, they can still work on the project while we're figuring out this brick. Things can run concurrently. So I just wanted to make sure that we were all set on that, because I know there were questions about that last meeting. So we tried to do that research both for the commission and for the community. This application, we have been talking with them about bringing a sample, and I believe they've submitted in-person information that we'll ask to be handed out just in a second. We're going to talk to the applicants, but just know that this is coming in a minute. And, the attorneys will, of course, do their question and answer like normal when things are submitted the day of. Anyway, I'm going to turn this, with all of that, I'm going to turn this over to Elizabeth to share a little more and get everything else kicked off with the applicants.
All right, so as Christy said, this is continued from our July meeting. 700 Templeton Avenue. The commission requested a mock-up from the applicant using the project's existing brick with an application of red stain to get an idea of what this option would look like, and an effort to make the brick a more traditional red color. And the applicants were working on having a stain custom mixed, and that stain came in and turned out to be the wrong color. And so we have that container of stain as an exhibit to pass around to the commission for their review. And the applicant has also provided information today that has more information about their stain proposal going forward. And we'll also pass that around for the commission. And that's all the new information I have.
Okay. See if the applicants are with us.
Jacqueline, are you online?
Yes, this is Jacqueline Bailey.
All right. Have you been sworn in, Jacqueline?
I have not, no.
Please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you state your name and address for the court reporter, please?
Sure. Jacqueline Bailey, 700 Templeton Avenue.
So before we get started, let's enter the exhibit. So the brick stain exhibit will be applicant's exhibit, I believe C, since we already have A and G. So do you have that you can share and enter in officially? And then while JT is working on that, applicant exhibit D will be the supplemental information they dropped off this morning. So if you would like to hand a copy of that to our attorneys to verify. Okay.
We have to stay just like.
Okay, and Elizabeth is walking around the stain just to show the color. Is it in the lid at all?
Yeah.
I wonder if you just pass around the lid. So they're here just demonstrating that there, no side conversations, please.
Oh, I was just asking about the stain
Yes,
color.
yes,
Is this the wrong, is this what you were referring to about the wrong color?
this is the wrong
Oh,
color.
okay.
We just wanted to share this, and the applicant wanted to share this to show that
Thank you.
they're working with us. They're trying to make forward progress, but the company gave them the wrong color, and this is kind of, what the stain is looking like, that like consistency wise too. Candace, our brick mason, can talk a little bit more about the ranges of stain consistency. This one has a thicker consistency, more like a paint. And so, one thing that I would ask the commission to consider as they're looking at this is talk about the consistency and opacity of the stain that you're looking for, and define what that is for the applicant. Typically, we would say a stain is more translucent. It allows the texture of the brick to show through. And Candace can talk more about that. And while she's doing that, Paige, is there any questions that you have about applicant's exhibit D?
I think if we could have the applicant run through the exhibit D and
Okay.
explain kind of what each page is and what it's depicting.
Okay.
That would be
Are
helpful.
we okay to pass them out to the commission?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Just go to Jacqueline. Jacqueline?
Yes.
Hi. So the
Hi.
attorney is asking if you would just walk us through page by page of what you've dropped off this morning, starting
Sure.
with page 1 for the commission and everyone joining us today.
Okay, no problem. So I think you're aware, we've been recommended by your office to work with Chem, which we've been in contact with, and we had that mix. When obviously it's the wrong color, but after looking at the product as well, we're very concerned that that's not going to meet what the expectation is. Because it does look like a paint. So after talking with Chem, we actually, he recommended another company, and that's stated here. It's Hancock Masonry out of Greenville, South Carolina, and this is something they do all the time. So basically, the first page 2 is just obviously what you're looking at right now, that paint color, but actually a sample, I guess, on a not a brick, but a board. I didn't want to do the mock-up based off of the wrong color, obviously, and then this product that we just don't think is going to work. And then there's some communication on page 3 and 4, and 5, so that you can see that we have been trying to figure out how to get this to work based off of what you're requesting. And then also page 6 is going to show what the current status is of 700 Templeton and then what the original house was, or the brick. And we don't have that original brick, so that's been another difficult situation because everybody has a different version of what a red is. You know, on Templeton, there is red, there's brown. So at this point, what we're proposing, just so we're not going back and forth with colors, the owner is willing to accept any of these options that we're showing on page 8 and 9, which are actually on Templeton. These are houses that with the original brick. So if there was one that the commission would agree to, we have talked to Hancock Masonry, and on page 10, 11, you'll see some of their work that they've done and how it looks. Definitely not like a paint. It looks like original, in my opinion, but he's willing, if we can pick a color, he's willing to do the mock-up for the next month meeting, with I think it was a 3x4 that you guys requested. He's willing to do that so that we can move forward with this project. So at this point, I think what we're doing is bringing it back to the commission, asking you to select, because we've been told to match this sample board to something that's similar. And we're just asking if you guys could make the decision with what you're going to accept, because these are the original brick colors on the street at Templeton, which has been the biggest concern, that it doesn't look, I guess, the same as what else is on Templeton, even though there's painted brick, but we don't have to get into that. We want to move forward. And on a side note, I'm not aware of what you're saying with the expired permits, and I'll look into that. The last thing I knew is, and I have actually a letter from the city that they are waiting for this certificate of appropriateness to be approved so that we can move forward. So I will look into that though, and I appreciate you stating that on the record.
Yeah, we're glad to help you with that, Jacqueline. We'd love to help get this moving forward in any way we can.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because there's things on the exterior that the owner does not want to move forward with until we get the brick figured out. And that would be like some of the door that needs to be replaced and some of the cosmetic things on the exterior with the color of the siding.
Yeah, as of now, there are all the permits are expired, so the applicant or the owner would need to reapply for any kind of permits to continue work. And,
Yeah,
if
I
there's,
that. I will
we'll
definitely.
help with that offline. Okay, is there anything else to add?
No.
Okay, you good? Okay. Elizabeth, do you have anything else to add? Okay.
All right. Excuse me. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? I will start by saying, there's no question. I'm not certain that that we need to make a decision. The request was for samples to be submitted that were in keeping with the context of the community, the surrounding area, or the historic structure. And so if that is being provided, that's all we would need. It's not that we need to make a decision as a commission. Just wanted to make that clear for everyone. So commissioners, are there any questions that we need to pose to the applicant?
Could we also, for the record, clarify Commissioner Lineberger's status?
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Lineberger stepped away from the meeting and is not here to hear this case.
Excused from this case. Yep.
Thank you, Attorney Inman. Commissioner, Kern.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused because are we waiting for them to bring an example that we can see?
Yes,
Okay, so they had something that was,
they, not right. And
okay, and I
so-
know they were supposed to come in August and they were taken off the
Yes.
docket.
So they're here providing additional information showing that they're trying to make forward movement. That sample that they got isn't working. And I think we just need the commission to clarify, yes, we agree that the sample is not what we're looking for. And then they were seeking direction from the commission on the supplement that they've provided. Option 1 on page 8, option 2 and option 3 on page 9, with the different brick colors. And to Chair Hawkins's point, we're not going to point to, well, you need to do option 1, 2, or 3. You know, this is really good context information. If bring your building closer to fit in with these, it looks like it fits with these. Did I
Absolutely.
summarize that? Okay.
Absolutely.
So I think really this is a short review of you're on the right track. Keep it to a red, traditional red color. Keep it a more of a glaze stain rather than a paint stain consistency. Candace, is there anything else to add to that?
Sure.
I think just giving them more direction
Okay.
on like,
Yeah, like.
and the fact that they can bring multiple examples, right? If they have found different stains, you know, you can provide multiple examples for the commission to say, oh yeah, well, we really like option 3.
And in terms of the sample that they brought today, while it looks like a paint in the can, it actually is concentrated, so it can be diluted at different levels. And it could be applied once or more than once. So maybe that's also part of the request that maybe they bring back 3 red-ish colors that match what's on the street at different levels of transparency, you know, how many times you applied, what the dilution is, and maybe that'll get us closer to what the commission actually wants to approve. Because if you read the back of that container, it does tell you that it can be diluted. So maybe that's part of the clarity that the applicant needs moving forward.
And that also provides clarity to the commission. We're getting this stain at this dilution. This is what it's going to look like. So you know what you're approving and you know what you're going to get when it's applied.
Okay. That makes sense. We may need some help as we're
so
bringing that.
just one more thing. So it seems to me that we should give them a homework assignment. This is specifically what we want to have you come back with. And until you can complete the assignment, it doesn't make sense to come back with half the assignment. Is that right?
Sure. Yeah, I think they were looking for additional direction on the assignment. So that's why they're here today. Yeah.
And if there are no questions for the applicant, I kind of think we should close for deliberation, and Commissioner Kern, perhaps you can give the homework assignment in the form of a motion. But let's close for deliberation in all seriousness. I do think that that direction that Candace and Christy gave us was exactly what we were looking for. We have some examples of what the applicant has identified that they are willing to kind of the direction they're willing to go in and on their exact street. So taking what Candace has shared, do we think that we can give them some guidance on how to move forward?
Sure. Let's see. I move to continue this application. ask that the applicant provide examples of the brick that is currently on the subject property that is treated with various levels of stain dilution. The applicant can use, for guidance on stain colors, the applicant can use the information that they've provided to us in the agenda supplement, pages 8, 9, and 10, as a guide for potential colors that would result from different levels of stain dilution. That's per standards 5.5.
Okay.
May I ask, Commissioner Whitlock made the motion last time, and he asked for a specific sample size of 4 by 3 feet at minimum so that the brick size and relationship to the proposed mortar could be seen with the application of the stain, or multiple stains. So in absence, I would recommend we add that.
All right, and then we also request that the applicant include examples of brick with the different dilution levels in samples that are 4 foot by 3 foot minimum, so that the commission may judge how those samples and various stain levels look based on the brick and the mortar joint relationships.
And this is being applied to the same brick that's currently on the house.
And this is to be applied to the brick that's on the house currently. So we'd ask for those samples to be taken from the house.
Can we just, I'm sorry, can we just get some clarity on how many color variations you would like? And then also how many levels of dilution you would like, because we're talking about not one sample, we're talking about if you do 3 and then want 2, you're talking about like 6 samples. So like, can you further narrow down how many samples you actually want to look at?
I think it's up to them. Like, I think you can say a minimum of 1, but, you are allowed to provide options and dilution levels, knowing that we want the stain to have transparency, more like a glaze rather than opacity like a paint. So you can still read the brick texture and the mortar joints.
Okay, and to append the sample request that we are making of the applicant, we would request that they provide at least 1 example in the 4 foot by 3 foot minimum with the brick that is currently on the building. The applicant did provide 4 different examples that are in the agenda supplement. We're not going to tell the applicant how many they should provide, but a minimum of 1. And that the transparency and of the stain and the finish on the brick, once it has been stained, have qualities of more like a glaze versus a paint.
And you asked for a traditional.
And that the stain have more of a traditional looking appearance in color and texture.
All right. We've got a motion by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Allred.
Yes.
Commissioner Kern.
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to continue passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next application is 409 Walnut Avenue, and I believe the applicant is online. Let's see.
Let the record show that Commissioner Lineberger has returned to the meeting.
Angie, are you online?
I am.
Hi,
Yes,
Angie.
I've been sworn in.
Awesome. Thank you.
I do have my client also, I think, is joining in. So
Okay.
let me just double check.
Felipe, are you online? Not currently. Okay, Angie, it's just you for now.
Okay, no
Okay.
worries.
Okay, this project is an accessory structure in the rear yard at 409 Walnut Avenue. The applicant has provided a drawing set. On slide 8 is the cover page. Current condition photos are seen on slide 9 and 10. Context on slide 11. Site plan on slide 12. And we have elevation drawings on slide 15. Angie, if you could state your name and address for the court reporter and let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Okay. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208. If you can start on slide 7 just to give you site context. So what you have here is 1930s style home. It had stucco finish. So what you see in this original GIS photo is not quite the way it looks now. It has gone through renovation, I believe about 4 or 5 years ago. But it backs up to an alley that serves the entire block. And there are multiple accessory structures along that alleyway, including its neighbor to the south, as well as the neighbor to the northeast. So just wanted to state that. Also, too, the grade and the topography from the street to the alleyway so changes. So the sidewalk is at 682, 683, and the alley is at 696 as far as an elevation change. So you can kind of see that there is quite a distance from the street level to the alley level. But we have two things that are working against us, the height and we have an alley. So, well, the alley is actually in its favor. There is, in the very back, there is a telephone pole that services the entire alley. And if you go to slide 9, where some of the photos are, 9 and 10. So this is the existing house from the rear. You can just context photos of the way the house looks now. I believe slide 10, bottom right corner of slide 10, you can see the telephone pole that sits right smack in the middle of the property with all of its wires that are attached. So relocating the pole is not an option at this point because it does service the entire alley. So from where you see gravel, it slopes up, it comes back down. So there is a grade change. Finished floor elevation of the house is at, per the Zootwell survey, is at 694. The alley is around 696. So finished floor, so you can tell that it slopes up. In the middle of slide 10, you're going to see its neighbor's 2-car garage that's green right there. And there's a current parking pad that will have to change because of where this accessory structure is going to be added. But you can see there's a slope in the grade from the actual alleyway. It is unpaved, an unpaved alley. So the alley right now, we anticipate is about 2 feet higher than the finished floor of the house. So our intent is to nestle down the accessory structure. So slide 12, I think, where it shows the site section roughly, yes, slide 13, excuse me. And I will say there, this is a reverse. The actual elevation that is shown here is from the other side, although the grade doesn't change. So this was so you're seeing it from the top side, which is the left side of the property, but site section. So you have your sidewalk, main house, alleyway. So the land goes up, and then our proposition is to come back down roughly 1.5 feet, 20 inches to nestle it back down, to bring it back down to where the grade is on the alley side. The current, the height of the ADU is, if you were to draw a linear line parallel to the horizon, you could see that the height of the ADU is technically lower than the house, and it is roughly about 6.5 inches or so, because the ADU is nestled into the ground. So while there is technically a retaining wall on its sides, it would only be on the left side of the property that it needs to have slight retaining. But internally, it would not need to be retaining because there's a parking pad to the right. The windows, actually the windows on the house, the original windows were 6/1. And these windows are shown as 1/1, but they will be the 6/1 to match the original house that was there that you saw in the GIS information, where you can see that the window patterns are 6/1, also based on the information provided by staff analysis. It is traditional stucco. It is not going to be on masonry. It'll be on framing, but the house is also on framed framing, but it was originally stucco. The brick foundation would be roughly 3 courses or 6 to 8 inches of unpainted brick, and the traditional stucco trim and details. The window and door specs, right now, the current house had replacement windows that were done in 2021 or 22. They are Geldwin, so we would stick with the same Geldwin line. And the doors, what I would ask is that we would work with staff to work out doors and windows, which is not uncommon. I know that there was a staff note regarding the garage door having 8 lights of glass. As you can see, we would work with staff and change the garage doors. It's just a placeholder at the moment. But they would be wood garage doors, as well as wood doors for the 9 light, and then the other 2 are storage doors. One goes into the garage and one is the storage room. They would be solid wood. There would be no glass in those doors. Not sure about gutters yet. Need to resolve that with the owner, but as of right now, I haven't planned on any gutters, but if we do, we will certainly work with staff to coordinate the location of the downspouts. We mentioned on the site plan, if you can go back, Candace, to site plan, slide 12. There is an existing concrete pad. Obviously, that concrete pad would have to be removed as part of it for part of construction, while we would still like to keep part of the parking. And when we do our calculations to maintain that small section, it only increases the impervious area by 9%. So we're still well within our calculations for the rear yard calculations for permeability. The front to back dimension in proportion, the building is no taller, no wider, sits back in the back. It is serviced by the alley. The main house has just a front gable, front to back. It has a hip roof on the front porch, but it does have a cross gable on the left. So we were using that as guidance for some of the simplicity of the design. And you can't really see it in these photos, but behind the fence on the left-hand side, there is a side-facing gable. So in the slide 9, towards the middle, it's on the left-hand side. Again, we didn't focus on that side, but right behind that porch, there is a gable And you can see that clearly in the site plan of the existing house. So exactly, right there. Thank you. Right there on slide 9, where Candace is pointing. So we are taking guidance from some of the simplicity of this: 1 story, not 2-story, 2 gables, one over the, yes. So slide 15, over the doors, basically, you have a little storage room, and then you have the side entry to the ADU. The mechanical units would most likely be in the side yard, although we haven't determined what type of units we're using yet. Once we do, we can coordinate with staff if there needs to be any screening. But obviously, this is not seen from the street. It is behind the fence from the street side, and then alley side would be just visible from the alley. But we'll work with staff if we do need to provide any screening. And actually, like I said, the ADU, the location is pretty much predicated by the telephone pole that's in the back. To still have a 2-car garage in the back alley, but that telephone pole is pretty much set. While, my first thought was, well, we'll just move the pole, but we really can't. And so, the drive and the access from the alley is really dictating its location, and trying to preserve as much of the backyard. We also have a very big tree that is there, and I do believe we have a tree protection plan. If I thought we did, if not, we do. Yeah, slide 12. So we will protect the tree during construction. It is a very, very large tree. It kind of borders the neighboring property. So that is another, dictating fact of where we can and cannot place this ADU. And I think that's it. Roofing materials match the house, windows match the house, the stucco to match the house, brick unpainted, very, very simple details, wood individual shakes that also match the house. Pretty simple in nature. So would love your feedback.
Thank you, Angie. On slide 16, you have a site plan or a floor plan, I'm sorry. And it looks like there is, although we don't get into use, I just wanted to draw the commission's attention to it in terms of it being relevant to height. Is this just a storage space up here? Is it walkable?
It is. No, it's not walkable. It's just we have stairs going up to it. If you look at the elevation, there's on slide 15. There's no headroom.
Okay.
All
right.
There's no habitable space up there. It is purely storage.
Thank you. Do we have any callers? No callers. Over to you.
Hi, Angie. Just a really quick question. Just to confirm for my own knowledge, are those vents on the sides of the windows that are up in the gable?
So there's a detail that it's on the back of the house. So it's a detail. So if you look at the rear photos of the house, they're just details. Yeah, they match the house.
Match the house. Okay. I was just curious what they were.
Yeah, they're not functioning. They're just a detail.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
And they are individual cedar shakes, by the way, and that's what we intend to use based on that photograph.
Okay. Commissioner Wojcik?
Does the site plan have the overall dimensions of the accessory structure in the house for comparison purposes?
It does. So slide 12 shows the dimension, the front of the house width, and then the 27 roughly by 39 or so feet. And that includes some of the offsets. That's 30 feet 6.
So the dimensions you're seeing, the 71, include
The rear addition. Were you asking for the original house?
I mean, any information is helpful. Proportionately speaking, I know that you've considered the width of the existing house and the new structure, and we always review that, so I just kind of wanted to look at those numbers again. Do you know how big the original house, like the original historic house was, or
I would have
before
to,
the addition?
I would have to go back to tax records, but you can see the rectangle of where the original house
Yeah.
was on the drawings right there. Yeah. And
And then
so
the front of
there
the
was
house
an
is-
addition approved,
Okay. Do you know when that was done?
21 or 22,
Okay.
a few years ago.
And can you explain the grade a little bit more, Angie? Because when I'm looking at that cross section that you have,
Yes.
it's hard for me to visualize the engagement of the finished floor of the garage with the.
So, yeah, so go to slide 15, maybe, actually 14. 14's good. 14. So in slide 14, you can see it slopes up.
Uh-huh.
And then at the alley, it comes back down. So you can see where the tree is. And so our intention is to excavate that down and bring that down so that it is more in line. So where the sidewalk is, right? You can see the slope of the sidewalk.
Yep.
So the intent, we have to regrade that section right there. There's no doubt. But we want to get to the alley and we need to be lower than the house. So the only way to do that is to bring it down. So alley access, I can't drive down into the garage. And there are other examples of this in our slides. So there's the other alley access photos. So slide 11. So, and slide 10, maybe. Yes. So right in the middle, it's 304 Grandin does the same thing where it's actually nestled into the ground. And it's not uncommon on this alley. So you can see the retaining here, how it comes down. So our intent is to do something similar to that but this is set much further in from the alley than we would be. So we need to kind of respect the alley and respect finished floor and still be lower than the house. And right now that grade change is roughly 2 feet-ish based on the Polaris. So where that gravel is in that photo that we just had up, that gravel is built up. So we would take that back down. And the
So
right
where-
hand, right there.
Right there.
Yes. So that's that alley to where that pad is about 16, 15 inches. And so our intent is to bring that back down.
Okay, so the finished floor of the garage would be in relationship to the alley, which means
Correct.
excavating, but we're still gonna be about 2 feet above the finished floor of the house.
Yeah, about 20 inches. Yeah, roughly. So finished floor. So we're, when we've done other projects in the past where you have an incline, the intent is to nestle it down as much as possible so that we wouldn't be higher than the house. So higher than the house or taller than the house. So let's kind of go there for a minute. So taller than the house would be a dimensional. Higher than the house would be elevation. And so we need to be kind of lower and shorter. But it is about a 6-inch difference. And this is from grade. So that dimension, that 16 feet is from grade. And then there's a little bit of a finished floor step up into the house. So that grade is higher than finished floor from the inside.
So you will need a true retaining wall that's separate from the structure on the side of.
No,
Because
the
you said
house
that
would be
doors.
retaining.
Okay,
That
So
the
the-
structure itself is retaining.
Okay.
Yes, so it's not a retaining wall at all. It is, you know, and we're only talking about maybe 2 feet, a foot and a half or so, it maybe of, you know, CMU retaining on the inside and then stud above that. We don't want to put our studs in the ground, obviously.
So the grade wall, the grade line that we're seeing on this elevation is actually beyond, it's on
Correct.
the far side.
Correct.
And you'll manipulate the driveway and keep a parking pad on the side closest to us.
On the, if you're facing the alley to the right.
Yeah.
So it's in that, yes. So in the photo, if we can, it might wind up being that we have to regrade that whole area, obviously, because there's going to be construction and you've got to cut out at least 3 feet beyond your foundation to get your footings in. So a lot of that is going to be disturbed. I'm not sure exactly how much is going to be left once demolition happens. So, and it might be that we have to put it back. So we can work with staff on that. But if we retain it, which the owner would like to still retain the parking, but if it needs to come back, we would always come back to staff with that parking pad. But right now, if we maintain it, we only increase the permeability or impervious area by 9%.
What's the impervious area total?
Right now it is, it's like 66% and it, permeability is 66.
Okay.
So it's not that bad. It's still under the 50%.
Okay. Thank you.
Or permeability is above 50%.
Yeah.
We always get it backwards.
I know. Okay. I think that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions, Commissioner Kern?
I have one. Can you go back to slide 12, please? And the width of the house is 30.6. Is that correct?
Correct, at the front.
That includes the wraparound porch. The
Correct.
thermal wall is this dotted line here, which does not have a dimension.
Okay, maybe that's why I'm confused, because I'm trying to figure out, is the rear of the ADU wider? It goes further over to the property line. Is it because of the wraparound porch? Is that what I'm kind of missing? See how the ADU looks closer to the property line than the house? And I must just be looking at it wrong.
So the ADU is set at the 5-foot mark.
Okay.
Yes, and the house obviously is further over.
I think you're referring to maybe the eve line is over the 5-foot mark, which I think you can encroach like 50% or so.
Okay.
Yes, so that the garage sits at the side yard setback with the overhang over the setback line, which is allowed.
Okay, so this is a question for y'all. If we don't want to see a shed from the side of the house, which we saw earlier looking, and we're like, you got to move the shed over, what would be different about an ADU? Can somebody just explain that to me?
What?
Or am I asking the right question?
No, this is a good question. Because I was thinking the same, well, is the reason why we're hearing this is because of the alleyway or because it's visible from the street? Because this is an ADU,
Because of the size.
the size of it.
Yeah.
It's huge.
We've approved, garages at the end of driveways that you can only see like maybe a third of the garage. So like there's some visibility on a garage like that. But in this case, you do have this wraparound porch that's concealing some of this visibility from the front street, and there is no driveway up this on either side of this house. But the overall size of this structure is why it's before you today.
Okay.
I think with the elevation and grade change and depth on this property, you're really you're not gonna see that structure. It's so far back and the sidewalk and the
Yeah, if
angle presents, it's not gonna be, it's not a visual.
Mm-mm. And if I may add, it's actually, there's a fence, not that that matters. I think fences can come down, but there is a fence from the street view, and your perspective looking up towards this is not visible at all. And also too, like I said, thinking about moving this towards the middle or towards one side, I have that telephone pole that I cannot move. That is literally smack dab in the middle of the property. And I wouldn't be able to maneuver or build around it. Also, like getting a vehicle in, like if I shift this, and we thought about this, shift it to center or shift it over to the right, I can't get in. So that garage width is just a 2-car garage. It's not much bigger than that. What you see in its expansion is more the living and the ADU space, which by zoning ordinance, that ADU cannot be any greater than 50% of the heated floor area of the house. So I have limitations on the ADU part, not the garage part. So the garage can go up to 100% of the floor area of the heated square footage of the house. So it's the ADU part, the living quarters, if you will, of this piece. So if you zoom in on this, and we do provide floor plans, although not 100% necessary. But if you look at the dimensions of just the garage is only like 22, 23 feet wide. So there are some offsets to this, but because of that telephone pole, I wouldn't be able to place this anywhere else on the property and it work. So it's as tight to the back left corner and still missing that telephone pole at the same time.
Do we still use telephone poles?
Yeah.
We do.
Why do we have telephone poles?
We have telephone.
Why?
Electrical.
Oh, electrical.
Or
Oh, okay.
electrical, I'm sorry, electrical pole.
It's telephone pole. Yes, electrical.
But if you look at that
All right,
image,
thank you.
there's
Okay.
every house on that alley is connected to that pole.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
I can't, I would love to move it. I don't think I can.
Couple of questions. If you've got a 2-car garage, why are you keeping the parking pad?
So we're saying that if it needs to, or it can, so you can still have a parking area, whether it's concrete or not, it's still serviced from the alley. So we're going to have to cut it anyway, as it is to build this. So how much of it would be remaining is kind of minimal at best. So, and it's there existing. And so if it can be reused, great. If not, it would still be parking. It might not be concrete.
Okay.
So
Second question, just the size of this. I understand your point about the ADU being 50%. As I look at this from the exterior, while I understand the interior purpose is partly garage and partly ADU, it reads as one structure. And my estimation is that it's larger than the original building was. I understand with the addition, it's smaller, but the size just seems large. And if you can help me understand how that will read differently
Sure.
than I'm seeing it. As I see it, it looks a little overwhelming.
Right. So if you look at it, just the 2-car garage on here, 24 by 24, 24 by 22, it's because we're not able to go up, right? If we were able to go up in footprint, this would be a no-brainer. But we're not able to go up. We can't add dormers. We can't add a second floor. We cannot add anything that makes this taller. So in order to have the flexibility of adding a garage and an ADU, the only way to go is down on one level. So with this house, again, the house itself had an addition done. It did not have a second story. It did not add dormers. It went straight out the back, continuing the ridge line. So the intent is to be similar to the house without going up. We're not able to go up. Otherwise, this would be a 24 by 24 garage in the site plan would be, look appealing, but there's volume. We don't have that luxury of volume.
I understand the constraints, but I think this constraints may actually, you may kind of be answering my question. I'm not sure you can do what you want to do on this site. To me, it looks like it should be a garage or an ADU, but both of them seem to be a bit overwhelming for the story of this site.
Well, I think, with all due respect, under the purview of the HDC, it's to look at some of the exterior, not necessarily its zoning function. And so, the question is, does it match materials? Yes. Is it no taller? Yes. Is it no wider? Yes. Does it fit the design criteria? And, I understand that you're saying it feels large. Well, I'm allowed to do an ADU and I'm allowed to do a garage. And so the combination of the two, even if you look at the site plan or the floor plan, which was the very last slide, the living quarters are very, very small in this. They're not a super huge, it's not like an extra huge bedroom or extra large kitchen. So again, while my understanding of the HDC is to look at the components of it, and it's not complex in design. It has matching similarities of the house. The house is long, whether it's the original house or the extended house. It doesn't say that you can't have something that matches the addition. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think component wise, this is very appropriate to the house, and it's a big lot. It doesn't have a driveway coming up the side. It's accessible from the alley. Otherwise, you'd have this extremely long driveway going to a garage in the back. And if it was a level lot, it would be 2 stories.
Right.
So Angie, I appreciate that, but I have to kind of just redirect us to the standards. We are charged to ensure that an accessory building is clearly secondary. And I think what Commissioner Holtz is saying is that because it is so large, that's where we're challenged with determining that it is clearly secondary.
Well, it's also secondary in use, right? So
we don't get into use though.
I understand that. So as far as its length, even if it were, reduced in small factors, it's still smaller in proportion than the house, right? If you look at the house and the square footage of the house, you look at this, it is still smaller than the house. When I say smaller, shorter, not as long, not as wide. It still has features that are complementary to the house instead of, making it feel really, really big. We've done some where they have been quite overwhelming. You talk about like complexity of design, reducing this by what, 1 foot or 1.5 feet, still the only way to go is length. I can't go width. I'm stuck by a telephone pole.
Let me help a little bit. Because the standard didn't say clearly secondary to whatever the historic size of the house was. And Christy and Candace, please, if I'm misinterpreting this, please correct me. It just says design new outbuildings this is 8.10, number 3. Design new outbuildings to be compatible with the style and character of the primary historic building on the site, especially in scale, massing, and other architectural elements. Any new outbuilding must be clearly secondary, height, footprint, scale, massing to the main structure on the site. So when it says to the main structure on the site, are we referring to the main structure as we see it today on the site? Or are we referring to some historic version of and this is really, I want to get clarification on the interpretation from staff first, so that then maybe we can move past this secondary point.
Thank you.
I can't hear you.
Given that it's non-specific, I would say you need to interpret it as generously as possible. And if it's something that you would like to discuss, adding some more parameters around through an amendment to the standards, we can certainly do that.
Thank you. So I think, Commissioner Holtz, because yes, it is larger, that's why it's before us, is because it is large. Otherwise, staff would have approved it, but it's coming to us because of its size, and we have to determine whether it is secondary to the structure, the main structure that's on the site today. Yes.
I found a dimension. I found a dimension, Angie, the one that I asked you about. The existing historic structure was 35 feet, 7 inches, and the addition was 20, let's just say 29 feet. Just for reference, because I did ask that question earlier and you did have it documented. And so I just wanted to say that out loud.
And Angie, I think your design is amazing in that you've clearly echoed the exterior of the main structure, all the trim, all the detail, all of it. I get it. I see it. I'm just struggling with the massing. And as you said, it is right up against the line on each of the measurements, but we have to consider this holistically. And that's where I'm hitting that's what I'm struggling with.
Commissioner Lineberger has a question.
Christy and Candace and staff, could y'all, I believe that we have approved ADUs that are of substantial size before. Do you have any, are there any comparable?
I feel like that's a question for the applicant to bring back as far as, what is in the context of this property. And so that might be a question for a continuance, as well as any other direction you wish to give about massing and height as compared to the original structure. In looking at it and trying to interpret both Angie and the commission, perhaps there can be additional scale reducing techniques used on this building. I'm sorry.
No,
Heather's
just got
waving
all
at me.
excited.
So, interplay of bump ins, bump outs, that sorts of thing, rather than just an applied gable. So, sorry.
I can still speak, right?
Did that answer your question, Commissioner Lineberger?
Sort of. There are a few I'm thinking of, but.
Okay.
I can still speak, right? If I may?
Yes, just
Okay,
a
good.
minute, Angie. Commissioner Wojcik, you had it cited.
So I did, sorry.
Oh, go for it.
Angie, can you tell me a little bit more about the roof pitch of the existing house and what that is compared to the new ADU?
It should be on the elevations, but it's exactly the same pitch.
It is the same? Okay. And
Yes.
then, soffit heights, how did you determine what height you were gonna set the roof at? Is
We
there-
measured it
To the main house?
to the main house. We have measurements of the existing. So we know that when I'm standing at grade to the ridge, I have 16 feet, and then we just measured out. So we did the math on that. So I
Did you
will
purposely
say,
try to match it?
what, the roof pitch?
The height of the ridge?
No, so it's actually 6 inches lower because of that. So we actually set it down. So the walls in the house, I think, are at 8.3, and we're doing it at 8 feet. So the interior walls are a little bit taller because historic homes had that offset of 3 dimensions, 3 to 4 inches.
Yeah,
and
because they didn't
we're
cut the lumber.
doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
you asked about, if I may now, can I intersect? So 220 South Summit is another project that we just did just across the street from this, as far as size and scale and how it sat on the site. So if you're asking for another project, that's the one that's across the street from this one, 220 South Summit, just in context of the neighborhood. And that one was 2-story, but the footprint was larger. So I don't know that I showed that on this particular exhibit, but 220 South Summit was one that was approved 2 months ago as far as its scale.
Yeah, aren't we
with those
supposed to be
offsets.
looking at historic context, not new?
Right, but I mean, as far as what you're asking for, as far as like 1-story garages, that, you know, other than the one that's just literally down the alley, but that's a 2-story. So as far as 1-story, I can get with Christy on this, but as far as 1-story structures in the Wilmore neighborhood that are ADUs and garages, I'm not sure that you'll find something that's, you know, comparable. Just down the block to this, there's, you know, you could see within, you know, Grandin Road and the alleyway, there's very, very large accessory structures on there. You can actually see that just from Polaris. So as far as scale reducing techniques, Christy, thank you. Yes, you know, there's certain ways that we can manipulate the roof lines to move in and out as far as the geometry, but then I find that to be not compatible to the existing house because the house is so simple in its gable. It's just a gable front to back. It has a hip roof, a shallow pitch hip roof on the front, and then you've got one gable on the left side. So the complexity of the roof, by using scale reducing techniques, I think would introduce more complexity than we might need. Just my thought, but.
Yes, Commissioner Stanley?
I'm just looking at the photographs of the house and the relationship of the head height of the windows to the plate height of the sidewalls. And it looks like, and maybe this is some of the, what we're thinking about when we're looking at the drawings. It looks like the drawings of the house, that elevation right there, is not the same relationship as the photographs of the side of the house show, like the head height of the window versus the bottom of the fascia of the roof.
So,
see that?
Is there any way to have a sidebar with Christy on this? Or no?
No. No sidebars. Everything's being talked about. I feel like that's something that we could work with you, you know, outside of a meeting.
Yeah, so there are some things that that I'm working with staff on this particular project that
Yeah, we can
would-
tell them, Angie.
Oh, it can? Okay.
It's not hiding. Yeah, there's
Okay.
an active violation on this property, on the addition. We had a, you know, a little bit of a gone rogue situation with constructing it. So that will be before you, perhaps maybe next month if we can't get it worked out with staff.
Yeah. So, and again, I, you know, I know it's all public information. I just didn't want to introduce something that would make us not go through this process today. But the drawings have been revised because staff has asked us to revise the elevations of the existing house so that they were reflective of exactly what was physically built But we're working with staff because the windows are 6/1, they're not 1/1. There's other slight, small things that we need to resolve with staff that will impact this what was existing as built, but it doesn't change the intent. So yes, where the windows were placed on this drawing is lower than where they should be. They should have been higher, but we can work with staff on some of those points.
The only reason I mentioned it is to me, it makes the building look, I don't know, bigger.
Much bigger than it actually is. Yes.
Yes, exactly. So I just was commenting
Yeah,
on
so
that.
the windows are closer to the boxing. We came in on this project, just a small history. So we came in on this project to do this ADU. Then we knew that during the process that there was a notice of violation floating, and we're assisting the owner remedying prior ALB involvement issues that have come up that we're working with through staff. So I wasn't sure if I could mention that today or not, but it doesn't change the complexity or the simplicity of the addition of this ADU. It might resolve like a little bit of where the windows are placed, but if you look at the elevations instead of this site section, please go to the elevations, if you will, which I think is slide 15. Yeah. Well, a lot of the header heights will be resolved with that.
Commissioner Kerm, then Commissioner Lineberger.
I just have one question. If you look on slide 12, I pull in the alley and I turn my car and I go into the garage in that little peaked area, right? The double garage. Is that the section?
Yeah, no. The garage comes in straight from the alley. So from the
Okay,
back.
that answers it. It's
the main
design is
gable.
throwing me off.
Yeah,
Okay.
that little gable that you see on the side is a little storage room.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner,
God.
wait,
You said Weinberger, but I think you
I meant Wojcik.
Yeah. it's okay.
Sorry. You do, then Commissioner Lineberger.
So at the end of the day, Angie, I think we're gonna ask you to evaluate the height. I know that there's some design approaches that you are very good at doing that will help you do this. And I think that when Ms. Harps suggested scale reducing, I don't know that she's talking about making the roof lines more complicated. But at the end of the day, I think I think ultimately it's a little too tall, and we would like you to reevaluate the overall dimension of the footprint of the space. And so I'm just kind of throwing that out there right now out loud. Because I feel like that's where we're all going with all these questions and comments. So.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Hey, Angie, I just have a comment that feeds in with everyone else, but I don't think anyone said it, is the style. The house is so simple. We've talked about that, how simple it is. I don't feel that I think that just thinking about the style of the ADU, I mean, that I don't feel like it quite matches the house or feeds enough off of the house. I see, it feels almost a little commercial to me because it has so many doors. There's 5 exterior doors. I think that's something that you should look at when you're doing a redesign. Maybe if you can simplify it in some way that it does match the house a little bit more, that might help.
Okay.
On the scale and the massing feel that it has. But I do think.
Not materials though. Materials I think are the complementary. Gable is cedar shake, walls are
yes.
stucco. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. And I do believe that there are some things that we have approved in the past that you could reference. I know I can think of a few ADUs that are in this, has the same relationship that I think this does.
Okay.
Commissioner Wojcik, why do I keep doing it?
I'm sorry, I can't. So as I'm studying this, I think the wall heights in proportion to the gable ends are creating a challenge in terms of mass in themselves as well. So it's the header height of those windows in relationship to where the horizontal transition is to the shake, and then how squatty the roof pitch is definitely impacting the overall mass, visual mass of the structure.
All right, other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? And Angie, anything you want to respond with before we close for deliberation?
No, I just one thing, and it's about the location of the garage, if there's any other feedback to that, but you understand some of my constraints, which is the old telephone pole, and its location. So is there any other comments as far as, placement on the site that anyone has?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, Commissioner Allred has a comment?
Have you confirmed the Duke Energy easement for the power line? Generally, those are 15 to 30 feet.
The Duke, energy easement?
Correct.
I didn't see it
Power
on the
lines?
survey. But we'll confirm that. I just know that there are other ADUs along or garages built in that area, which are in line with where we're going, but we'll confirm.
Great call out. All right, well, let's go ahead and close for deliberation. I think we've given a lot of feedback, and it sounds as if we want there to be a bit of a restudy on the massing, some scale reducing techniques perhaps, to address the footprint of this ADU. Were there other things that we wanted to have happen here? Okay.
Is it possible to get the redrawn main house as a part of this package so that we could
It did.
pass it in?
Yeah, it did sound like the applicant was saying that that was being done because she was brought in because of the active violations and all. I believe that is.
That would be helpful to understand
Okay.
both the massing of the main house relative to the ADU.
Okay. We should add that.
Can I
Any-
still speak or no?
We're closed for deliberation.
That's fine.
Yeah.
No, we're good.
Okay, all right, let's keep going then. Other than those two items, anything else? If not, let's go ahead and float a motion. Does anybody have one?
Bill, I'm looking for something real quick.
Okay,
Sorry.
no problem. And we can, while we look, we can be looking at, we definitely know we want to reference 8.10, but also looking at, I guess additions with, or new construction.
New construction is 6.
Yes.
Based on the staff analysis, we're talking about I would like to continue this application with reference to the staff analysis of having the massing and height, width and scale and size reviewed and restudied and brought back to us to eliminate the overall height and potential footprint of the structure. I'd like special attention to be paid to the elevation and height of the walls and how they're impacting the overall height of the structure in itself. Massing, scale, height and width is in standard 810, or I'm sorry, standard 810 is for accessory structures. And then 6.5 and 6.6. That's massing and scale, right? Is it? I went the wrong way. Yeah, so, no, 6.5 and 6.6 are saying that there's setbacks and spacing.
It should be 6.8 through 6.10.
All right, 6.8 through 6.10, thank you. For, yes, massing, height, width, scale. And, if we could have that restudy done, and then we can reevaluate. Do you want to have the windows and door fenestration reviewed? We should do that too. Commissioner Lineberger, right?
Yeah, did you see me looking at it and ready to press?
Well, yeah, I just saw you doing, so if you could please, evaluate the door and window rhythms,
6.15 through 6.16.
which is 6.15 through 6.16.
And then Commissioner Stanley mentioned ensuring that the relationship, making sure that we have an accurate drawing of the main structure.
Yeah, please depict the actual existing conditions of the main structure for us to review in comparison to the new ADU design.
We would reference standard 8.10, number 3.
8.10, number 3.
All right. We've got a motion by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to continue passes 8-0. Thanks, Angie.
Our next application is 400 East Kingston Avenue. Are the applicants online? Let me get rid of this. We'll be right back. Right. I see Gina's with us. And Claire? Okay. Hi, Gina and Claire.
Hi.
Hi, welcome. Have you been sworn in?
No, not yet.
Okay, we'll do that first. And then if you've joined us in the audience, please also be sworn in at this time.
Yes, if anybody's gonna be before us, if you're in the audience or on the phone, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this is an exciting project. It is in 2 parts. The applicants are proposing changes to a very early addition, a pre-1929 sun porch enclosure. And they currently have a rear storage area that they want to convert into heated space. I'm going to start here. This is also a landmark building, so it's going through the landmark review process as well. We've been working very closely with both landmark staff and the applicants. This is the house as it looked in the 1800s when it was built. Just thought it was interesting to see how vastly different Dilworth looked. Here's how it looks today on slide 8. And right here on slide 10, you can see this enclosed area of the wraparound porch. And originally when we were looking at this, I thought this was a later addition. It was an early DIY project done in the 1920s. And we discovered that through looking at the Sanborn maps. There's information on slide 13 about the Sanborn map that shows it infilled at that time in the 1929 Sanborn map. So this was done over 100 years ago, and we always talk about changes to historic structures that have gained importance in their own right. And so, you know, while initially when I saw this, I'm like, oh, okay, well, the commission's going to require you open that porch back up. And now I'm like, well, it was a historic change. So what they'd like to do is some of the parts are failing. Let's see here. I can zoom in a little bit, but you can see where these, there's like putty kind of just holding these window panes together. I think some of the infill structure is, you know, on its last legs, and they'd also like to turn it into some heated space and, you know, finish it out a lot more intentionally. There are a couple of questions that staff has about, you know, the existing opening here. This is a window opening. I couldn't tell from the plans if they are, you know, expanding this or just leaving it as is. But one of their options that they're presenting is to take this window that you can see it's open and, you know, hopefully leave the opening, but take the window and install the window in the front. So reusing that historic window and infilling it with siding around it, which would be in place right here. And then replicate these two windows as they are and leave all the trim. So the other option would be to replace a window just like this. I think it's a 12 pane window, and just replace it as is, and then also fill in with siding instead of the just kind of almost plywood surround. So that's their request for the front with these couple of nuanced options. And then on the back, see, slide 16 is the rear L, and you know there's a sleeping porch up here, and then this is just a diagonal lattice that they're looking to fill in and make some more heated square feet with a side entry mimicking the design of existing doors in the house. So, and the detail drawings are in slide 20, and then additional floor plans on slide 21 and 22. With that, I will let the applicants fill in anything I missed. Gina and Claire, if you would state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, please.
Gina Holmes, 4730 Park Road, Suite D, Charlotte.
Claire McManus, 400 East Kingston, Charlotte.
Thanks. Gina, do you have video by any chance?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Sorry. There we go.
All right. Well, I have you on slide 10. Just let me know where you'd like to start.
Well, I think we would start on the front. Claire did some really great digging and found that Sanborn map. I think the intention today is we're more interested in hearing if you prefer option 1 or 2. On Monday, we were heard at the landmark meeting. They found both options to be historically accurate, and they passed both options. So today it's a little bit of, you know, hearing what the district wants to weigh in on as well. the plan is to heat and cool the space. Claire is actually interested in maybe keeping the existing opening of the window, and you would just have a little step up over through the existing window opening from the dining room into the new heated and cool space. So that if anyone ever did want to put the window back, they could. So,
Yeah, actually, can I speak to that?
yeah, have you changed?
Yeah, I love this house and we bought it because it's a historic landmark and we want to keep it as true to what it was. And so just thinking about that, this was an entrance and exit to the porch through a window because of the tax implications of doors at the time, and that houses were taxed on how many doors they had. And so to the extent that we can keep the windows there, we have no intention of putting a door in there. If you're more comfortable with having the front kind of look more uniform and all look like that 1894 style windows, then that's great. Or if you're more comfortable with whatever went up between 1911 and 1929, that's probably closer to what's currently there, then we're good with that as well.
So really the goal in the back is, or on this side porch is to really try to maintain it as much as it is, but it really is neglected. And so it's just really just to try to restore this addition that we found was from 1929. So, and then the rear is enclosing underneath the covered, the screened old sleeping porch. And so, you know, Claire and I have also talked about it, and we talked with Christy as well, that, you know, we might even try to find some old windows to reuse in the space. We can't guarantee we can find those yet, but we will work with staff on, you know, potentially doing that as well. And potentially maybe even the door. I don't know. So this is really just enclosing it, getting rid of the, you know, incongruous lattice that's not appropriate anyway, and expanding the kitchen. And then this would be new heated and cool square footage. And then we would do some new steps down, unpainted brick. So we would love to hear your thoughts.
Okay. Anybody on the call? No? Okay.
All right. Questions for the applicant? Commissioner Wojcik?
Hey, Gina, I have a question about the technical transition. How are you going? Is there going to be any implication on the outside of the house when you transition that lower level to heated square footage from a waterproofing standpoint or water control? Do you anticipate that anything's going to be affected on the outside of the structure?
I don't know that we've gone that far. I know that I have covered porches all over town over finished spaces. So the plan was to do a new, potentially new band across the top, and we can work through some of that as well. But
Obviously, staff, is that something that they would work detail out with you guys? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, and I think my only concern, and I want to talk to my fellow commissioners, is I don't love the idea of anything being filled in with siding that matches the existing siding on the house. If we're gonna change proportions of any of those windows, that's just my thought at this point, because I don't want it to accidentally be considered like it was part of the original house. I don't think that it would be, just because of those big windows on the side. But when we were talking about siding, I'm kind of hoping that it would be something that would be a little bit different and not look like the lap siding that's on the side of the house. But
I think we were hoping maybe of doing a really good band so that we would have that fenestration change where we go, oh, this is the new section, and you can see it on the rear as well.
Okay, thank
Um,
you.
Obviously, here's the thing. You're gonna paint this and it's gonna be brand new, and you're gonna tell immediately that this is all brand new wood siding. So,
I'm sure that you'll detail it well. I just was throwing that out there as my comment.
you know, I mean, I don't know personally other things that have been approved. You know, we are open to, you know, suggestions. You know, if you want us to change the size of it.
I'm more thinking on the side where the sunroom is on the porch than necessarily the back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Or-
Oh, well, we could definitely do some, you know, a pretty, like a wainscot panel or something underneath that window to, and not infill with the siding. Like, well, the picture's kind of cut off on that one, but yeah, maybe on the left option. Instead of infilling with the siding there, we could come back with some other trim details.
I'll ask my fellow commissioners if that's a concern for them, but thank you for thinking about that.
Commissioner Wojcik, not Wojcik, Holtz. Sorry.
Hi, I think this is it's a great house and a wonderful project. I agree with Commissioner Wojcik about ensuring that you let the changes that you're making tell the story of the house. So I think that as you move through these options in conversation with us and with the Landmarks Commission, you're approaching it really well, and I appreciate that. I do think the idea of keeping the fenestration kind of the way it is now, so it matches more the 1929 change. I love the idea of having that step up into the main house from the previously unheated garden room, as you said, to help continue to tell that story. I would strongly suggest you keep that window somewhere in local storage.
She will.
We've got a basement. It'll
Yeah.
be there.
That's where half the stuff from our house is when we did a similar kind of renovation 25 years ago. So those were my only thoughts on that piece. And then again, with regard to the rear section, again, I think that making sure that you carry that band across and make it clear that it is a change of, and the, that is the new space that tells the story appropriately for me.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Before we close for deliberation? Okay, let's close for deliberation. I'm just curious, does anybody have a preference or thought on whether option 1 versus option 2 is the better approach for the enclosed room?
I think option 1 is maintaining the larger, I think option 1, because that keeps the intent of the enclosure. If, option 2, where they're reusing the window, while that's admirable, it's kind of trying to create a situation that was never there. And so, yeah, I'm an option 1 guy myself, 1 commissioner.
What about you, Commissioner Stanley? What are your thoughts there?
I was just gonna say that I feel like both of them are appropriate relative to the Secretary of Interior standards, in keeping the construction in the period. But I think I agree with Commissioner
Sullivan.
that, I think that the sun porch solution is slightly more appropriate.
Commissioner Lineberger, your thoughts?
Same. I like that it reflects the 1929 historic piece. I do not, I'm good with the siding. Oh, I'll go ahead and comment on that. Piece of it. I'm fine with the siding. I think, I'm not sure what else I would do there if they didn't do the siding. So I think that's the right choice.
Thank you for Commissioner Wojcik. What, we got you. Commissioner Wojcik, what about you?
I think the one that is closest to how it currently is would be my choice. And in terms of, instead of siding, I mean, it's still going to be siding. I was just thinking it would be more like a wainscot or a panel or a trim element versus trying to make the horizontal siding be the same. That's all.
Okay. And that was option 1?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Commissioner Holtz,
Everything's been said. I agree with
I think you started us off, didn't you? Your mic isn't on.
I think I've said everything I need to say.
All right. Commissioner Allred, your thoughts?
I would agree. Option 1 would be my preference, remain in it, keeping it in its current configuration.
Okay. All right. And any thoughts on siding versus something else? Do you have a strong leaning there?
I would like to see some consideration of different options other than the horizontal lap siding on the rear enclosure.
On the rear, okay. Okay. And then Commissioner Kern, what are your thoughts?
I would agree. I think option 1 is good. And the siding on the front, I think would be fine, or if they want to do a trim detail, I don't have a strong opinion about that. I would be interested maybe to see a different material on the rear, just because it is a different space, but.
Okay.
May I?
Yes, please.
So there are different ways to approach that. And one of the most subtle ways would just be to do just a slightly more reveal on the siding. It's subtle, and it just shows that it's, a later addition. Not changing it, of course, to like a standard lap, keeping the German lap, but just maybe not matching the reveal, making it either thinner or thicker, if that makes sense. And staff can work with them on that if you give us direction.
Okay. We'll need somebody that knows siding to give a suggestion on how much more or less reveal.
So are we still open? Do we need to close?
We're closed. We are fully closed. That's why we've been going around horn. So having heard from all of you, do we have a motion? I was trying to give y'all time.
I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Because the proposed project is not incongruous with the design standards, I move that we approve the application with a few conditions, specifically citing standards for doors and windows 6.15 and 6.16. Regarding the front elevation, I think the consensus of the commission is that option 1 is more appropriate. And we would add the condition that the applicant submit detailed drawings of the siding to be confirmed with staff on those details. With regard to the conversion of the rear storage area into heated space, again, please submit detailed drawings of the trim and the siding reveal to ensure that the space clearly reads as an addition to the original building, and that all doors and windows to be fully wood, details to be confirmed by staff.
All right, we've got a motion by Commissioner Holtz, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Did we mention standards? You did, okay. All right, any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Allred.
Yes.
Commissioner Kern. Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 8-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last application is 1016 Isleworth, and the applicants are here in the room. With that, I will turn this over to Elizabeth Remy to present.
All right, and this next case is at 1016 Isleworth Avenue. And the applicants are in the room. If you want to come up to the front.
Both of y'all don't have to come.
You have a friendly audience. We're, oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's right. You were
Don't need to.
right.
Say if I have to get something.
No, sure. Yeah. And then just be sure to use the microphone, and you can turn it on to turn it green.
Bye.
Okay, I think the question is, were you sworn in, sir? Or and you're gonna do the talking? Okay.
I was.
He says yes.
He was, yes.
Yeah.
They both were when we did the last one.
Okay. All right. This project is proposing the replacement of a historic 8-light wood front entry door. The proposed new door is a half-light wood door with an Art Deco inspired sunburst pattern. So here's the door that was installed, and this is the replacement. And this project is an after-the-fact project, with the commission reviewing the project on its merits as if the work has not yet occurred. And the applicants have been sworn in. They're here with us. And can you state your name and address for the court reporter, please?
Valerie Aversano, 1016 Isleworth Avenue.
Michael Aversano, 1016 Isleworth Avenue. This
And-
is Emmy.
Hi. And just let me know if you want me to change slides and I'll navigate for you. You can go ahead with your presentation.
Sorry, I'm extremely nervous. So when we moved into our house in December of 2023, this was the door that was present. I was pregnant with her, and we felt that it was a security risk. As you can see, there's a large crack that extends through one of the panel diagonally. And it's a little bit difficult to see in the photo, but that crack was large enough that you could see through it, and light would shine to the outside. So it felt like the beacon for anyone who wanted to rob a house. And so we decided to replace the door. We moved from out of state. We were not familiar with the rules, so we did not intentionally obscure the rules. Of course, now we've had other projects and we have gone through the application process. So we apologize for not putting in the application in advance. But back to the door. When we were debating what to do with the door, we had determined that we could not repair the door. For one thing, the crack, because it was thin, you could tell that the door was constructed of plywood and was extremely thin. It had also become warped and rotted. The house itself had been kind of somewhat abandoned for a while, and that was a repair that had not been made. So we decided the door couldn't really be repaired and we had to replace it. When we were looking to replace the door, it was really important to us that the door be consistent with the historic elements of the home. We wanted a solid wood door. We looked to other historic doors in the neighborhood, in houses that were similar to ours, colonial revival houses, as well as historic doors from the 1930s in general. And one thing that we noticed was sort of a starburst pattern like that, which we liked in this door. We also found that colonial revival houses in general tend to have side lights and a fan light above the door, which our house does not have. So it was really important to us to bring light into our house, which is why we decided to go with this half light. Also, typically in colonial revival houses, the fan light above the door has a similar sort of, we're calling it a starburst pattern that at the top. So we went to a local Dilworth store, Shed Frame Studios, Inc., and they make, custom glass pieces as well as high quality doors, and selected this door that's mahogany and the glass that you see here. We wanted a very nice door and we really like this one. Do you have anything to add? I'm not sure what else to say.
And then we'll go from.
Thank you so much for your consideration.
The door that we exchanged was not original.
Oh, yes, I forgot that point. Because of the plywood construction, we were fairly confident that it was not a door that was original to the house or even very old. And in the photos that I think staff had put together regarding our house, there's a photograph of our house from 1986, and you can see that the door in that image is different than the door that we removed. So we do believe the door that we were removed to be earlier than 1986.
That's a storm door. That's,
The 2-paneled wood louvered door.
that's a storm door. It's like a shutter storm door. People use those or from what, the 60s to the 90s.
In any case, you couldn't see the door before. And it was
Right,
in
you
very poor
can't.
condition.
Right, you can't see what was there because the storm door is concealing it.
Cause over there, it's hollow, like, there's just no light there.
It looks
Can
like it's
you bring
missing
your
some
mic?
louvers.
Can you help him with the mic?
It looks like it's missing a couple louvers, or it may have a mail slot. It's hard to tell, but yeah, it's a typical storm door people used.
There was a storm door downstairs in our basement that was just broken glass, not that one
Hmm.
either.
Yeah,
Maybe that one's still in there too. don't
So I
know.
guess we don't know what the original door was.
no, we don't.
Yeah. It looks like the one that we replaced was a Craftsman style replica,
Yeah.
not a colonial revival. Yes.
She agrees.
She's feisty.
All right. Are we good to
Do we
ask
have
the
any
commission?
colors?
All right, commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes, hey, when you said that you checked out other homes in the neighborhood, did you find examples of this style
Not exactly this, but similar with the half light.
that have that detail?
Yeah, there's 2 within a block of us that we have pictures of.
What are those addresses?
Yeah,
You have the pictures?
I do. They're just,
Are they in the presentation somewhere?
No,
Oh, okay. So,
we kind of walked around the neighborhood before we picked the door, and then I walked around again more recently just to make sure that we were
one is
looking at things. Do you want to see them?
so yeah, we usually require, to prove your case, you need to give those examples to back up, like in advance. Yeah, do you have 16 copies? Okay.
You could pass it around.
Do you want me
Yeah,
to
could you-
try Google Maps? I
Yeah,
can try
yeah.
Google Maps.
1660.
Dilworth Road West.
Dilworth Road West.
Just type it in for Candace. 1660. Dilworth Road West.
1660. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry. I didn't hear you right. 660?
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough to see the door.
Help me out here. Is it this one we're looking at?
Yes, I think so. Let me see. Yeah.
I can find some other
Yeah.
dates here. This one?
Yep.
This is not a historic house. This is infill. That's not a historic door. It may be a historic, I think this is new infill construction. So that's not a historic door. Okay, what other addresses do you have?
1706.
1706 Dilworth Road East.
Okay. 1706, 1706.
That one was like 5 houses down east. This one was.
Where am I?
It was over there.
It's this way?
Yep.
Is it this one?
Yeah. Tree right in front.
It's hard sometimes. Let's see if I can do some more dates.
Oh, change the photo.
That,
And that's a different door.
so this is yeah, this is a little English Tudor colonial. It's got some colonial elements. So it had a 6 panel with a fan light. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, unfortunately, that's a violation. So we'll be issuing them an NOV. Okay.
That was not our goal.
All right. What, anything else?
Those are the only two.
Those are the two. Okay.
Just so we didn't walk every street. Those were just
Yeah.
the two close to us.
Okay. I'll turn it back to y'all. Yeah.
Yeah, I asked that question just to see because it doesn't typically, we don't typically see a door of that style on your style of home. So that's why I asked. I wasn't familiar with any. And I couldn't tell if it looked like the examples that you gave, the traditional 1920s, 30s front door that you included in your presentation was from a brochure and not necessarily from the name.
It was from a variety of sources online, not from like one brochure, but yeah, it was from doing research on 1930s doors.
Yeah.
So I looked at like other historic commissions, like Fairhaven and in different places that have colonial revival style houses. And then looked at English door makers just to see what different styles were and periods for doors and just kind of did it based upon that. The door that we picked, they just had elements of multiple things from the time.
Yeah, that's,
I didn't think it fit into Art Deco. It just had a motif that was similar. I thought it was simple but nice, and then it allowed light to enter the house, which was good for us.
the Art Deco wasn't, it's not an Art Deco replica door. It was at Shed Brand Studios. That's what they said. They said, oh, it has sort of some influence from that era.
Right. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? And I guess just to make sure that we are all on the same page, for a colonial revival, typically what I'm seeing is maybe a 6-panel door with side lights and a fan light of some sort is what traditional, a transom.
Yeah.
So the light typically comes in with those features around a 6-panel door is what is typically there for colonial
Yes,
revival.
and since it didn't have that, the door that was there, even though it wasn't original, was more appropriate.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I mean, it was more fit the style than.
The style perhaps, but the construction, it was very poorly constructed.
Sure. Right, right.
Okay.
And I just thought that-
Understand the challenge.
I thought that the craftsman style was more for bungalows than colonial revival.
Yeah, I'm kind of with the applicant there. If the door, I mean, what style of door is this? Right.
Yeah.
So
They have a very colonial house. Our thought was They moved the door from like somewhere else on this house and put it on the front, or they salvaged a door and put it on. So looking at it, we think it's an older door. It's just inconclusive as if it were the original door here. The original door here was likely a six panel door. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Anything else before we close for deliberation, commissioners? Did the applicants have anything else before we close for deliberation?
I just wanted to get the thoughts about light entering the house without having a solid six. I know the traditional is a solid 6 panel, but I also thought that the other way was that you could have either one or two half lights as the other traditional colonial revival style. So I just want to make sure that we take into account getting light without having all the fan lights and the side lights that we can't do.
That's totally appropriate, and staff can work with them on that.
Okay.
There are options that allow light in, but still meet the design of the house, and
Okay.
we're glad to work with that.
Okay, that sounds great. All right, well, we'll close for deliberation. I think this one's pretty straightforward. Commissioners, staff is willing to work with the applicant to find a solution that fits the architectural style of the home and that meets our design standards. So do we have a motion? Oh, awesome.
I would like to make a motion to deny this application as it is incongruous with the design standards for front doors and entrances, 4.10, numbers 1 and 2, and the Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5, numbers 3, 2, 3, and 6. That the applicant should work with staff to bring the project into compliance with historic district design standards and as required by the Unified Development Ordinance. As required by the Unified Development Ordinance. Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? She said yes. Okay. All right. Just kidding, Candy. That was. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger? Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Holt?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to deny passes 8-0, but work with staff and they will help you get the appropriate door. All right? Thank you.
How does that work? 15 months. You know how that works to work with staff?
Okay,
Oh,
You're just coming into that.
we'll close her out.
all right. Okay, all right. Hold on. Commissioner Holt, Speedy Gonzalez. All right. We have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? This meeting is adjourned at 5:41 p.m. Have a great day. I cannot.